Audio test. Audio test French.
Hey, Eric, are you there?
I can hear you, Commissioner.
Oh, hey, Kelly. You can just call me Sarah. It's fine. Just want to let you know that I'm having internet issues. Apparently, I can't talk today. So I may have to intermittently turn off my camera so that I don't go all
Okay,
jumbly.
I'll
Yeah.
let, if Eric, I think Eric might be just away from his computer, but
Yeah,
I'll let him know.
Okay, great. Do I sound okay right now? Everything's good? Okay, perfect. Yeah, sorry. I'm up at the cottage and our high-speed internet seemed to take a dive today. So
It happens.
it does. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, Kelly. Good morning.
You too.
Commissioner, sorry, I just caught the tail end of that. But another thing too would be to have the telephone number on hand in case you need it. Okay, excellent.
Yeah, I have it. I just yeah, I haven't had to use Zoom that way before, so we'll see. But yeah, okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Turning off the video should be fine.
Perfect. Okay, and you can hear me okay? I'm not like
Loud and clear.
Lovely. Thank you. Good morning, Eric.
Bonjour, Eric. Jean Cloutier here. Can you hear me?
Bonjour. Yes, we can, Vice Chair.
Thank you. And I just wanted to do a sound check that I could hear you. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everybody. We'll get started here in about 30 seconds.
Good morning.
Good morning, Teresa.
Hi, Sarah. Salut, Sean.
Okay, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the September 20th, 2021 meeting of the Transit Commission. I've received regrets from Councillor Suds, and now if I could, I'll ask the Commission Coordinator, Eric, to please proceed with the roll call.
Commissioner Brockington,
Morning.
Commissioner Caricato, Commissioner Gower,
Here.
Commissioner Kavanaugh,
Here.
Commissioner McKenney,
Present.
Commissioner Olson, Commissioner Suds, Commissioner Tierney,
Present.
Commissioner Williams,
Present.
Commissioner Wright Gilbert,
Present.
Vice Chair Kutsi,
Present.
Chair Hubley. We have quorum, Chair.
Thank you. Eric, can you reach out to Commissioner Olson? He's just sent me a message that he's having trouble connecting. Okay, is there any declarations of interest from any commission members? Okay, seeing none. Are the minutes of the Transit Commission meeting of Wednesday, June 16th confirmed?
Confirmed.
Confirmed.
Confirmed. Thank you. Okay, before we get into the agenda itself, I'd like to offer a few remarks this morning, if I may. I want to take a moment to recognize the particular significance of today's meeting of the Transit Commission, as today is John Manconi's last meeting as the GM of Transportation Services and OC Transpo before John begins his retirement from the City of Ottawa at the end of the month. I've had the pleasure of working with John throughout my tenure as chair of the Transit Commission, and in that time, I've come to develop a great respect for the work that John has done and his team deliver to our transit customers. For more than 30 years, John has devoted himself to serving Ottawa residents, the past 10 years of which has been spent as the GM of the Transportation Services Department and OC Transpo. His tenure has been marked by several noteworthy achievements that, to me, demonstrate a commitment to creativity, innovation, and collaboration. When John joined OC Transpo, he inherited a fractured relationship between OC Transpo management and the transit unions. He took immediate action to rebuild those relationships and successfully negotiating long-term collective agreements and establishing a productive relationship with union leadership that continues to this day. During his time at OC Transpo, John has overseen the continuous transformation of the city's transit service, all with equity and accessibility at the forefront. From the introduction of early electronic fare systems to modern open payment systems that allow customers to tap the payment card of their choice, John has helped to shape a united multimodal transportation system across our city. In 2019, John led Ottawa through the first ever bus rapid transit to light rail conversion in the world, constructing our city's modern light rail system on top of a 35-year-old bus rapid transit network. John was also at the helm of the city's recent proposal to phase in 450 electric buses in Ottawa's transit fleet, which will give us one of the largest electric bus fleets in North America. Through his team, those team has had to overcome some significant challenges. John has fostered a management culture that embraces collaboration. When Ottawa's light rail system experienced technical difficulties following its launch, John met them head on. Problem solving with his senior managers, providing flexible and innovative solutions, and communicating progress to myself, our council colleagues, and to our residents. These solutions range from simple, such as removing station doors to improve crowd flow, to complex, creating a temporary standby fleet of buses known as our R1 service, ready to support customers when rail is delayed. I've witnessed firsthand John's creative and problem solving in the early days of the COVID-19 pandemic. Under John's leadership, OC Transpo COVID-19 task force put in place several measures, including converting to rear door boarding, installing soft barriers on all bus operator cabs, and solving logistical hurdles to get masks and sanitizers in the hands of thousands of our frontline staff. As a result, OC Transpo emerged as a leader in its response to the pandemic and was the first Canadian transit agency to receive the APTA seal for its enhanced cleaning and safety measures. During John's tenure as GM, Ottawa's transit system and transit agency has undergone profound changes. OC Transpo's success is in part to having a leader who listens to his people, encourages collaboration and innovation, and sees change as a vital part of ensuring excellence to service our transit customers. I'm proud to announce that John will be the recipient of the 2021 Edward J. Dowling Distinguished Service Award from CUDA. This award celebrates those transit professionals that have gone above and beyond to deliver the transit service that keeps their communities moving. I can think of no recipient more worthy of this honor. Congratulations to John on his extraordinary career of consistently delivering the transit services that keep Ottawa moving. And on a personal note, I just want to thank John for all his efforts and his friendship. So moving on, thank you for that opportunity to make those comments. So back to the agenda. With the will of the commission, because staff have prepared a detailed update for us on the Confederation line and bus service, and because there are no presentations or submissions on the remaining items, I'd like to hold item 1 and consider it last. So if we're all in agreement to that, I'm going to move on to number 2, which is the 2021 Transit Operating and Capital Budget Q2 Status Report. There's no presentation. We have no delegations on this. Is there any questions to staff?
I'd like it held, please.
You want to hold it? Okay. And item number 3 is the delegation of authority contracts awarded from the period July 1st, 2020 to December 31st, 2020 for the Transit Commission. Again, no presentation or delegations. Is there any questions to staff? Okay, none. Is that report received?
Received.
Okay, thank you. Number 4, status update, Transit Commission inquiries and motions for the period ending September 3rd, 2021. Is there any questions for staff?
Chair, I'm just wondering if RTG is here, RTM, to take questions as well today.
Sorry, Councilor Menard, can you let us get through the agenda here, please?
Yeah, I'm just asking
we'll
on
talk
this
about what's taking place in the update after.
On this
Well,
item, though,
any
Chair,
questions?
is there RTG, RTM available on this item?
Yeah, Councilor Menard, could you let us run the meeting here? We're trying to go through the agenda.
Chair, I think, point of order, I think someone is
Sure.
asking if for this item that you're asking us to receive, is RTG here to respond to questions on this item that you're right now
On the
asking?
status update of the inquiries and motions?
Yes.
No, I don't believe RTG is here to answer questions on the status of motions.
Okay, why not? Why haven't we invited
Would we bring
RTG?
in a contractor to answer on the status of inquiries and motions? Did anybody ask for them to be here on this particular item, number 4 on the agenda?
Chair, are they at the meeting or are they not at the meeting?
We're dealing with item 4 right now, as Councillor McKenney, the commissioner, highlighted here. I answered your question in regards to item number 4. So is this received, or does anybody want to hold this? Is
Yeah,
it
I'll hold it.
received?
I'll hold it.
You want to hold it? Okay,
Yeah.
well, we'll deal with the held.
Because I don't know if RTG is here. So if they're here, then I want to hold it. If they're not, then I won't.
Okay. Okay, so let's go back to number 2, the transit operating and capital budget Q2 status report. I believe Councillor Brockington held that one. Did you, and I see Commissioner Wright Gilbert has a question on it. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Oh, well, Councillor Brockington held it, so I'd be happy to let him go first, given that he held it. So Riley, if you want to go ahead first, and I'll go after you, if that's okay with you, Chair, just to be fair.
Sure, he doesn't have his hand up, but if he's ready.
Thank you. Just in the interest of time, I'll just get my question out. Thanks, Chair. My question to staff is regarding the estimated year-end deficit for our budget. I note it is driven by the loss of fare revenue, and I just wanted to ask quickly, we estimated that our ridership this calendar year would be about 70%, 70 pre-COVID. And to date, again, I'm estimating to date, it's been about 30%, give or take, up or down 30%. Is the loss of fare revenue not much larger than what is being predicted here? $17 million deficit seems small compared to the chasm between what we estimated our ridership fare revenues would be versus what the reality are. Are we covering off that deficit in any other way?
Councillor, it's the treasurer here, and I'm happy to start an answer to that question. I think the delta that you're seeing here in the report is really with respect to the funding that we received through the Safe Restart Agreement. And so when we look at the funding that was available for 2021, there's not quite enough to cover the full deficit. And one of those pieces is we had made an assumption that we could carry over some funds from 2020 to 2021. And that really has to do with the allocation. And what the province confirmed was no carryover was allowed. We have subsequently written a letter to them seeking that carryover. We know other municipalities are in the same boat and haven't made that same request. So that will cover at least 50% of the deficit from that piece. And then, yes, there is a slight decrease in ridership that also fills part of that number. So it makes it a little bit bigger than what we had thought.
It's bigger than a slight decrease. But Madam Treasurer, my last question to you is, are we overall budgeting a $17 million deficit for fiscal year 2021? Or are there other factors contributing that we'll see a deficit much larger than this? I just want to make sure we're prepared. Is it going to be approximately 17 million, or are there other deficits that are being run that will add to this?
That's our forecast year end, Councillor. That will be 17 million.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
And thank you, Commissioner Brockington. Commissioner Wright Gilbert.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just want to let Chair know that I may have to turn off my video at times just because I'm having some connectivity issues up here. So I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just having to do that. So when I was looking at this status report, I noticed that the Q2 operating results for 2021, they indicated favorable variance of $3.794 million. And the report states that it's due to lower compensation costs as a result of vacant positions. Are these positions being purposely left vacant, or will they be staffed this fiscal year?
Chair, it's a mixed strategy. We're doing everything we can to do exactly what Councillor Brockington was suggesting about minimizing the deficit. So there is a very rigid process. Nobody can staff any position without going through the general manager. And so we are strategically not filling certain positions that are not required at this time, either because of lower ridership or because we can move some workloads around. But frontline workers are generally being staffed and moving forward on that. So it's all part of the minimize the deficit.
Would it not make, I mean, given that we're having to use our one service quite a bit these days, are we concerned that because of these vacancies that, like, are these driver vacancies or are these sort of administrative vacancies?
No, Commissioner, all frontline services have a green light from me. We're not, mechanics and operators, and so we're hiring all the time. And you can see the ads out there. You can see them on LinkedIn. You can see them in various forms. Frontline staff are not frozen.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's my.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Next up is Councillor Fleury, please.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question's a little bit more in line with the overtime piece. So, John, I just want to clarify. So what we're seeing in overtime increases isn't, from my understanding, what your response was, is it's not related to operators, or is it?
It's a mix. And when you're holding staffing positions, when you're freezing, it is cheaper to use overtime than to staff and onboard people because there's overheads and so forth. So for every dollar you spend in a salary, there's 30 to 45% of overheads and so forth. You're better off to pay overtime where you can. And our operators and our mechanics have been outstanding in responding to overtime calls. Because, compared to 2 years ago in the middle of all RT startup, their life is more comfortable and somewhat easier. So they've been doing a great job of stepping up. It's a mix of overtime, but days like yesterday, there was hundreds of staff mobilized in response. And so there's overtime costs of yesterday as an example. It's a mix, Councillor.
Okay. But what I'm hearing from you is you're using a strategy in terms of when to use overtime versus when you actually have an FTE to backfill.
Yes, absolutely. And, $17 million is a lot of money, but given where we are, our staff, all those managers that are on this call have done a phenomenal job, and the treasurer and the city manager's office have helped us shape how we minimize and make sure that we contain costs across the board. It is part of a comprehensive strategy, including the A, B, and C plan that we talked about during budget.
Okay. My last kind of area of questions relates to fares and ridership. So I know this is a report looking back, but could you give us a bit of a teaser in terms of what you're seeing in terms of the fall uptake? Because universities are generally back up, and obviously we've seen our high schools. So I imagine our regular uptake of passes, other than workers coming into town who might still be working from home, should have increased a little bit.
Yes, Pat's going to talk about that in his presentation. August was up 34% compared to normal, or is that 34%? Now, September numbers, we're working on those. Now, what you're going to hear Pat say is compared to normal pre-pandemic levels, you've got to account for all that, but the line is moving in the right direction. Let's hope, fourth wave, fifth wave, let's hope those don't come to fruition. And you can see it when you're out on the train and the buses and so forth, that there are more people on the system. So you'll get from whoever's in this chair moving forward the September, October numbers, and you'll know where that line is going.
Yeah, no, you're quite right. I was on the line with Troy a few weeks ago, and it was just crazy how busy it got. So it's exciting to see people, and people it's safer. Can I just get maybe on that? Would you have a comment relating to the uptake of U passes for the fall?
I don't, but what we'll do is under the update that's coming up, we can bring that to Pat. That way he can go take a look at it and he'll have the answer ready for you if you can when we get to that item, if that works.
Okay, and then sorry about that. I lagged here. You were saying, I apologize. I sort of.
No, that's it, Councillor.
Okay, my last question on that is, as part of this report, and maybe it's more specific to Wendy. So Wendy, there's obviously shortfalls. We see them in the report: the overtime, the fares, and advertising mainly. Could you just give us your expectation or outcome relating to the provincial coverage of these deficits? My understanding was that early on it was pretty much 100%, but are we sure for the future periods?
That's a good question, Councillor. reflect back to, I think it was the FedCo meeting where we had talked about a gap. I believe it was 11.2 we were projecting in terms of the funding. As I said, we have written the province, and there are other municipalities in the very same situation where we were allocated funds. We didn't use them all in 2020. I think it's approximately $8.5 million. So we're seeking recovery of those funds to apply against 2021. At the same time, we've asked for additional money to cover the rest of the projected deficit for the year. So we're seeking those. We are also not the only municipality in that situation. But what we do have is we have our mitigation plan behind us. So when I talk about sort of some of the things that we have in the bank, we can leverage those to be able to cover it if we have to. But I am hopeful that we will receive money from the provincial government.
Okay. And when you say provincial government, you're expecting full recovery of our losses on the transit front?
Through the SRA, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fleury. Next up is Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much. I wanted to ask about this report on the gas tax fund allocations. I know that there was a one-time doubling, and I'm wondering what amount may be applied on the capital side budget here, if that's been determined, and where we stand with that, with those funds.
Thanks, Councillor. This is the operating budget, so there's no application of any capital funds here, so they won't be applied to the operating. But what you will see is, and I think we've had a bit of this conversation as we come forward with the budget for 2022, we'll lay out a bit of that plan in terms of what it's going to look like, but those decisions have not been made yet.
Okay, just to clarify, this item is the transit operating and capital budget Q2 status.
Yes, that's correct. And the deficit that we're speaking to is the operating deficit here.
Right. So there's been no decisions on where the gas tax fund would go at this point. We're still waiting for that clarification on where that might be allocated.
That's
and
correct.
is your intent to consult with councillors on that and where we allocate that?
We're meeting with all the councillors to discuss the budget through the end of September and early October.
Okay, great. On the operating side of this item specifically, I'll note we raised fares last year, and then there's direction to do it again this year by another 2.5%. I'm wondering the effect, the actual effect of doing that, of revenue that it would bring in given the ridership declines that we've had. So with real ridership, what are we actually projecting that 2.5% would bring in? I'm not talking about what we've projected in terms of ridership, but what we're seeing with real ridership. And so if you could just give me the delta of what that 2.5% would be based on our real ridership.
I'll have to get back to you with that. I don't have that number handy.
Yeah, okay. And I guess given what's happened yesterday and on August 8th, we likely should be revisiting any fare increases and discussing what we do with people with passes at this point as well, given the effect on our operating budget. Thanks.
That's it, Councillor Menard. Okay, thank you. So on item number 2, 2021 Transit Operating Capital Budget Q2 Status Report, is this report carried?
Carried.
Carried. Thank you. Okay, and the last item we held before the update is item number 4, the status update for Transit Commission inquiries and motions for the period ending September 3rd. Councillor Menard, you held this. Is there a particular inquiry or motion that you want to speak to?
Yes, thanks. Is RTG or RTM here to answer any questions?
On which inquiry or motion?
On the main item that we're talking about. Is RTG or RTM here?
We're talking about
there's only one motion, Chair. There's only one motion, and it's labeled 1, 2, and 3. And I'm wondering if RTG and RTM is here to answer any questions.
RTG is not here to answer any questions on Transit Commission inquiries or motions, as I told you earlier.
Okay, thank you. Then I have no questions.
No questions. Anybody else have any questions on this? Okay, so then is this report received as well?
Received.
Received. Thank you. Okay, now we're back to item number 1. We have a staff presentation. There's no delegations. However, there's one written submission from Mr. Jan Lam that I believe our committee coordinator has distributed to all members of the commission. Okay, so we'll now receive an update on the Confederation line and bus service from John Manconi, Troy Charter, and Pat Scrimger. The staff presentation is detailed. I would ask that the commissioners hold their questions until the end of the presentation, as is our usual practice. This will allow us to hear all the information staff will provide before we start asking our questions. Please proceed, Mr. Manconi.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone. And Chair, I want to thank you for your very nice comments to me and the team. Much appreciated. I want to introduce Nicholas Truchon. He is the Chief Executive Officer of RTG. He is here to answer questions. He'll be available on this item. Mr. Chair, members of Commission, yesterday was a difficult day for our customers again. And we know that, we understand that. It was difficult for our customers. It was difficult for you as councillors and members of Commission. And it was difficult on the hundreds of staff that were out there, both sides of the partnership responding to yesterday's situation. I want to share with you the latest information that we have. As you can imagine, we were working around the clock, and that included many meetings and calls to Mr. Kanalakis. I want to thank him for his leadership on this matter yesterday with me. He was a great help to us all. With respect to what occurred yesterday, I want to share with you very preliminary findings that have not been approved or signed off by anybody. They are very early in the investigation phase, but I thought it would be prudent because I'm aware there's concerns about overall safety and reliability of the system. So the TSB is out there assessing everything. They're controlling the site and the vehicle. This is not their findings. This is the collective discussion that's been occurred by the many safety officials and rail experts that are out there looking at what occurred. But I think it's important that I share this with you. So I put all the caveats that are required, that this is not a final root cause signed off. And a reminder, it is any rail system built in modern times is a complicated integrated system. So they're looking at all the potential inputs into what caused yesterday's incident at that location. We can at this time start to rule out that it is not an axle bearing related item. That's what it looks like at this point. Again, that's not officially signed off by everybody, but that is where the groups are trending to. What appears, again, not certified off or signed off that may have caused what occurred yesterday is a sander that is used on these vehicles, and they're used around the world, that dispenses sand at the wheels during cold weather climates or icy climates for the rail traction. The bracket that holds that unit could have become dislodged and could have caused the derailment. I emphasize could have. That's what it appears may have been the cause out there. And again, we need to wait for the TSB's assessment, the various safety checks and balances. And you've got multiple layers of oversight, right? You've got TSB, you've got Transport Canada, you've got your independent council reporting rail monitoring lead, and then you've got my chief safety officer and all the subsets of chief safety officers within your various organizations. So those are preliminary thoughts as to what occurred yesterday, and I wanted to share that with you because obviously the number one question after is everybody okay? What caused it? And so that's where they're trending to. It does not appear to be a axle bearing related matter. The second part I want to talk about before I turn it over to Troy is, so let's talk about restoration of confidence and reliability. And many of you are asking that, and the public is asking that. There are multiple layers of checks and balances, but we're doing things in addition to that. I want to remind you that an end-to-end assessment of the system has been underway that you are aware of, or council members are aware of, under the in-camera legal proceedings of the default process that RTG and RTM are under. That is the firm of Mott MacDonald was commissioned at great expenses to RTM. They're paying for everything and they're independent. They will be finalizing their work and reporting back to us, and we will share with members of council in camera as part of the legal briefings the findings of the end-to-end assessment. And that's everything out there. Remember, the default stemmed way back to door issues, catenary issues, all those things that we're not seeing. But in addition, they will obviously look at all these pieces, the rail, the sander bracket, if that's the issue, and so forth. Those will be reported to you in camera as part of the legal briefings that are prescribed in strict conformance to the city clerk's guidance on that piece. So I just wanted to remind members of commission and council that. The second piece is there's two recommendations that I made to the city manager, and he's endorsed them fully. And in terms of additional layers of checks and balances, I've instructed our chief safety officer to include in the order to RTM that before we can restore service for this incident, Sam Barata, your independent rail regulatory officer, will be recommending to Mr. Kanalakis, an independent safety officer, review the return to service plan that RTM is proposing. So that will not be city staff. That will be Sam Barata. And remember, I would encourage you to go back and look at the regulatory authority on that. It is the highest standard in rail history in Canada. He is independent and he reports to you. He does not report to me. I'm firewalled from him and our staff. He reports to Steve and to the board and to members of council. So Mr. Barata will recommend an independent safety expert to review the return to service plan, in addition to all the other checks and balances that are below all that. Chief safety officer, experts on the other side of the partnership, and so forth. So that's an extra layer of protection. Again, we're not tone deaf. We know there's concern about safety and confidence out there. That's another layer that we're adding to the regulatory regime, which you're going to see in the deck. The other thing is yesterday, as I was getting the updates, I spoke to Mr. Kanalakis and told him that I was mobilizing an integrated team of experts to come in and do another umbrella layer review end-to-end of the entire system on top of the Mott MacDonald work. And again, these are all bills that will go to RTM. They're in default. The system's not operating the way it's supposed to operate. And that independent team of experts will report, I will assume, directly to Steve or to whoever the general manager is, and bring forward a comprehensive review to see if there's any gaps, any issues, and so forth on those pieces. So, Mr. Chair, I wanted to share with you that our focus is aligned in terms of restoring confidence and safety, sharing with people what the checks and balances are there. And I wanted to share with you the preliminary findings. And I please ask, this is not signed off by TSB or from any safety official. These are preliminary in the field information that I wanted to share with you today, because I know there's a lot of questions on that. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'm going to turn it over to Troy. He's going to take you through a deck on what occurred yesterday and the August incident. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, John. Just wait for the presentation to come up. That's great. If you can just go to the agenda, please, that'd be great. Yeah, a quick overview of what we'll be covering today. We'll be talking about both the August 8th and some of the preliminary information with regards to the September 19th derailment. We'll try to provide an overview of the line 1, the general performance over the past year, an update on train wheels, and then at that point I'll switch topics and we'll talk about vehicle incident response protocols on the bus side, and that's stemming from the issue with the bus on August 9th. And then at that point, I'll turn it over to my colleague, Pat, who will talk about ridership, and we'll provide an update on our COVID and our staff implications. So next slide, please. So just a general overview. We know, obviously line 1 has experienced 2 serious disruptions that have required a robust and coordinated response from all parties, whether it be RTM or our staff. As Mr. Manconi indicated, we're not tone deaf. We know that these have had significant impacts on our customers, as well as impacting the confidence in the system. However, throughout these events, we have provided updates to Council and Transit Commission. And what we're going to be doing here is I'm going to be providing a summary of all those communications and all those updates into this one slide deck here. You can't stress it enough that the safety of our customers and staff is always our #1 priority. It overarches everything we do, and stopping service is never a positive thing to do, but it is the right thing to do, and we will not hesitate from doing that. And that links into things like we have multiple layers of integrated safety systems in place. They're based on industry best practices. We've utilized experts and we've connected with other properties in building our standard operating procedures, in building our training and drills and exercises for our staff. We have a safety management system that overarches every decision that we make. And then, we have as well, all the technical systems on the trains, in the stations and all the related infrastructure have those technical safety systems as well in place. So there's multiple layers of safety in place, and we live and breathe it every day. And as I said, stopping service is can be viewed as a hard decision, but it's also an easy decision when we want to make sure our #1 priority is safety. Next slide, please. All of the systems that we have in place were activated to respond to these 2 incidents, and we have communicated regularly. Customers were alerted to service impacts through the PA announcements, the website, texts, and tweets. We've had staff on site at all times of the day. Specific to the August 8th derailment and the investigation, between August 9th and 14th, there were numerous updates that were provided, and then yesterday, as a result of the derailment there was 4 updates that were provided. So continue to provide information as it becomes known, but our primary focus, to our customers, the first step is communicating what the impact is to their daily commute and what options they have to continue moving about the city. Whenever we have an occurrence like that, we always make sure that we engage all parties. So obviously RTM needs to be part of it. Our chief safety officer, we include John mentioned the RMCO, Regulated Monitoring Compliance Officer, Mr. Barada, include him. And obviously we notify the Transportation Safety Board and Transport Canada. Next slide, please. Specific to the August 8th incident, if you go to next slide, please, that'd be great. We're breaking it down into sort of 4 phases. There's the initial incident response, attending to the scene, determining what happened, derailing the train. Then there's the mitigation service continuation phase, which we're in right now. Service, specific to the August 8th incident, I know that we've stopped service as a result of yesterday's incident, but mitigation service continuation, what are the safe practices that allowed the service to go into place? What we've done in all those cases there. Then you get into, which is run concurrently to the mitigation service continuations, the root cause investigation, which began immediately. And then the 4th and final phase is once the root cause is known and confirmed, what that final fix is and what's the implementation timeline. Throughout all 4 phases, we have, the safety oversight, and as I mentioned previously, whether it be the CSO, the RMCO, TSB, Transport Canada, we have that safety oversight that layers on top of every phase. And then throughout, it's the communications and customer service response that we keep our customers informed as to what's going on. And now what I'll do is I'll walk through each one of those phases specific to the August 8th incident and provide more detail. The next slide. So back on August 8th at approximately 8:30, an out of service train was leaving Tunney's passenger station. He was heading back to Belfast Yard when it started to experience a normal ride. The event was reported immediately. The train was stopped. It was inspected. And at approximately 8:45, inspection found that 1 axle or 2 wheels out of 10, there's 10 on each car, 20 on a train. We have 2 cars that we attach. So 10 axles on each car, 20 for a train. But on one of the cars, one of the axles, 2 wheels was found to be off the track. Right then, alternate service plan, single tracking between line and Tunney's passenger station was immediately implemented and communicated out. There was no customers on board at the time of the incident, and the train remained parked outside of Tunney's pasture awaiting end of service for, at the time it was believed that, we'll re-rail the train and we'll re-rail the train overnight and hopefully would be back to service the following day. Next slide, please. While we're still operating on the assumption that it was a derailment and there was a potential for service the following day, we were cognizant of the fact that there might have been a service impact. So we activated our service command center and they had their first meeting at 11 p.m. The proactive measure, we were anticipating that there might have been some service impacts, maybe some single tracking in the area. But we activated our service command center so they can make all those plans, start the communications, what was needed to keep our customers informed. Following the end of daily service, as work commenced to re-rail the train, it was identified at that time that the wheel axle, there was something more than just a derailment at the time. So final trips leave the terminus stations at 11. So the re-railing activity started around 11:45, and it wasn't until then that the train was starting to be lifted to re-rail that we were able to see that there was a greater issue with that wheel axle. Staff worked with RTM to assess the track, the rail, and the infrastructure in the vehicles, and then the SCC worked throughout the night. Once again, still under the assumption that maybe service would be operating the next day, but would there be some service impacts? Next slide, please. Then at approximately 3:30 in the morning, so early Monday morning, we received notification from Alstom that the entire fleet would require inspection prior to resuming service on line 1. Following some very quick and early morning conversations with Alstom and RTM, we began preparations to implement R1 bus service for the entire line, as well as the communications that would be needed to inform our customers, Transit Commission, and Council. As I mentioned earlier, our top priority was providing communications to our customers about what their service impacts would be. And we want to make sure that customers knew about, it'd be R1 bus service, and we knew that there was going to be further updates from there. So once we knew that information that the service was going to be offering, all that customer service messaging was developed. And we started to redeploy our staff that would have been operating trains to all those O train stations prior to the start of service, recognizing that some customers wouldn't have received the alerts and not all the signage was in place for a full R1. So deployed staff to get to those stations to be able to communicate to customers where to go and just ultimately to try to take care of them in this unfortunate situation. Next slide. So throughout the morning, that morning, additional signage was installed at the stations. We were able to get the R1 bus replacement service communication out to customers at approximately 5:15, and that was immediately followed by the first update to Council and Transit Commission. 2 updates were on the closure were issued to Council and Transit Commission on August 9th. And obviously once the R1 bus service was implemented, staff began to shift their focus on the train removal, as well as the ongoing root cause investigation that Alstom and RTM were working back at the MSF with their engineers and original equipment manufacturers. Go to the next slide, please. The next slide here. This is a picture of the derailed wheel or axle at Tunney's Pasture Station. I share that because that is what the team was able to see at the time at 8:45 when they're assessing the train. There's not much clearance for anyone to get under the train and take a look, but that's what was seen. That's what that would let everyone to believe at the first point that it was a derailment. We need to re-rail that train and conduct the investigation from there. And then the next slide here shows, once the activity started to re-rail the train and lift it up, and there's some jacking equipment there, and you can see the side panels and skirts have been lifted off. It's when those first initial activities to lift the train to do that re-rail, that's when it became known that there was an issue with the axle, and that the wheel essentially had detached from the axle, and that was the cause of the derailment. Next slide, please. So we move into removing of the train. So equipment, a rail dolly, specialized rail dolly, was required to move the mobile train. It was shipped from Ottawa, and while it was being shipped, the final preparations and testing happened concurrently in the rail yard. So you can see a picture. That's a picture of an axle, and and I'll get into an axle bearing assembly in a couple slides. But very, very heavy piece of equipment on trains. And you need a specialized dolly. And what was even more complex in this case is because one of the wheels had detached, they needed to modify this dolly to support an axle that only had one wheel on one side and was the wheel on the other side wasn't attached. So while that work was ongoing, while the dolly was on its way, they were coming up with the plan and how to re-rail the train and get it onto the dolly and move it back to the MSF for further investigation. I can report though that the rail dollies that were procured will be remaining on site with RTM as part of the ongoing initial. It's going to be part of the incident response equipment moving forward. Next slide, please. Removal of the train. The removal of the train was carefully planned. As I mentioned, it was tested. The bogies were tested, or the wheels were tested in the yard prior to bringing it out onto the main line and putting it underneath the train to be able to bring it back. The moves were purposely planned during daylight hours, and the process to walk the train back at a slow rate of speed. That's following industry best practices. I mean, derailments, they can occur, they do occur. And, there's procedures in place to ensure that, one, you can get the train back safely, but as well that there's no additional damage to the vehicle or other track infrastructure. So, it would be common practice to have people walking along the side of the train, checking the wheels, making sure everything's correct there, stopping trains before you cross over switches. And if you recall, the switches allow trains to go from one track to another. So there's processes to stop trains in advance of switches, recheck. And then there's even go as far as, the trains obviously are moving at a very, very low rate of speed. They were moved back under their own power with, that one set of wheels on the dolly and the rest, getting traction from the track and the wheels on the track. But you even purposely, when you're going around curves, especially the Herdman curves, you even go at slower rates of speed there. So we knew it wasn't going to be a quick process, but safe procedures were followed, once again, to protect the safety of people around, but as well to make sure that there's no further damage planned. There's no further damage that was created as a result of the movement back to the yard. Next slide. And then I just got a close-up picture of the next slide here. This is a picture of what the wheel on the rail dolly being moved back looks like. As I mentioned, what we needed RTM needed to make some modifications to it to support a wheel or an axle that only had one wheel on one side of the train. Next slide, please. So keeping with the August 8th incident, the second phase, up until yesterday was service mitigation, continuation, and safety oversight. As I mentioned, we have a robust safety management system in place, and it drives both on how we prevent and how we respond to events. The actions that were taken by staff and by RTM are outlined in our established operating procedures, and that includes things like reporting to the TSB, notifying the Transport Canada, involving the regulatory monitoring compliance officer, as well as all the things like what our staff need to do when they're attending to the scene, what protocols they need to follow, who's the incident commander, who owns the scene, all those types of things. They were all put in place and they were all activated, to ensure a good response and a safe response to the occurrence. Next slide, please. The inspection of the affected vehicle, as well as the surrounding track and the related infrastructure, it did begin immediately that evening. It was a derailment. We knew that once it was confirmed that there was an issue with the axle, we knew that there was going to be a detailed root cause analysis need to be conducted, and we obviously, one of our focuses is to get back to service as quickly as possible, safely. So the investigation started immediately. We engaged all the right parties, as I mentioned before, and RTM was securing additional resources in terms of additional technicians, engineers, the original equipment manufacturers. You've heard that the axle bearing assembly comes as a pre-assembled component. Getting those manufacturers in place, because it was all hands on deck to conduct the investigation, find out what occurred, and what do we need to do to safely return to service. The city also engaged its consultants and industry experts, involved in both the inspection, the oversight, and repair process. So we've been relying on people that we've been working with for many years to assist us in ensuring that we're asking the right questions, and we're fully engaged and informed as to what's going on and what the implications are. Next slide, please. So concurrent to the train being removed, Alstom continued with their investigation, and they were able to identify that the problem was associated with, and we reported out the axle bearing assembly. And I have some slides on the axles in a minute. Alstom developed and implemented an inspection process which focused on reviewing each of the axle bearing assemblies in every light rail vehicle. So 7 cars, there are 6 cars, 6 individual cars, and we have 39 in the fleet. 6 individual cars plus the incident vehicle were initially removed from service, with another 3 subsequently identified for further inspection repairs. To date, and I have a slide on this as well, 38 of 39 cars have been inspected, and the recurring inspections continue. The one vehicle that has not been inspected has been a vehicle that has been out for long-term maintenance repairs. Obviously, that vehicle will go through the entire inspection process once those repairs are complete, and it's it's potentially going to be returning to service. This vehicle would have to go through all those steps as well. Next slide, please. Prior to resuming service, so we were able to resume service on Saturday, August 14th. We did run some test trips on some trains just to double check, make sure there's no surprises, no outstanding issues. Ran some test runs, that I guess it would have been Saturday morning or late Friday night, Saturday morning. We did resume service with 5 trains, and within half an hour, a 6th train was added, and then by midday we were operating with 7 trains. And it was operating at that point at approximately about 7.5-minute frequency. By the afternoon of Sunday, August 15th, we had 11 trains in service, which was the service plan for Sundays, operating at approximately a 5-minute frequency. As of September 2nd, up until yesterday, we had been operating between 13 and 14 trains during the morning peak period, and there were a few days in which we achieved 15 trains in service for the morning peak period as per service plan, and weekends we've been operating with the 11 train service. Where we're at with the inspections and repairs specific to the axle and the axle bearing, that's the timeline. August 9th, if you recall, we reported out it was 29 vehicles had passed. We had a total of 39 vehicles and 10 required repairs. By the 31st, 4 of those had been repaired. And then as of September 17th, we had 36 trains available and 3 that still required repairs to those axles. And as I mentioned, there still is that 1 vehicle that is out for long-term maintenance that would have to go through this process as well. The ongoing inspections that ensure that the safe continued operation of the vehicle specific to the axle, those will continue. They'll continue until the root cause has been identified. We know what happened, so we know what the issue is. What they need to determine is why it occurred. So they need to know the what, the why, the how. So but those inspections will continue until the root cause is identified, until a permanent fix of the bearing issue is determined, as well as being implemented. So there is some ongoing work that RTM will need to do specific to the axle bearing and the axle bearing assembly. Just a little bit on communications and customer service response. As I mentioned, daily website updates, multiple tweets, and SMS messages were issued to our customers. We had staff on site to support people in person across the system at all times of the day. Signs placed outside stations, point to R1 bus stops were implemented, and Council Transit Commission meeting were informed regularly. First update was with that first update being on 5:15 on August 9th. And we provided 7 updates to council and 15 media interviews were granted between August 9th and 14th. I'll just take a minute or two to talk about the axle assembly itself. I provided a couple pictures here to just demonstrate how the pieces fit together. So essentially, you have the top picture is I'll say is an axle beam or frame, and that blue component there you see, that's where you'd have an axle rod that would fit entirely across, and then you would attach 2 axle bearing assemblies on either side of that, and then the wheels get attached on that. So if you can look at the first picture shows the frame. The second picture shows, you have the axle that's running in between the frame, and those components on either end where you see all the nuts and bolts. That's essentially the axle bearing assembly that gets attached to the axle, and then the wheels get attached onto that. So the axle essentially takes the weight of the vehicle, and then the axle bearing assembly allows the wheels to roll freely. It's that closed component, that axle bearing, that had the failure that resulted in the wheel coming off the axle and ultimately the derailment. Next slide, just two other pictures here that maybe further solidify what I'm trying to explain here. What you're looking at, the top picture is that frame, and you can see in the middle, that's the axle. And then what happens is that the bottom picture, that's the axle bearing assembly, and that's a picture that we provided in one of the updates. That axle bearing assembly would then get bolted onto the frame, and you can see how the axle itself would fit into the top part of the axle bearing assembly. And then what you'd see then on top of that, then the wheel would be attached to that axle bearing assembly, and that's what provides the movement. As we previously communicated, that green bolt that you see in the picture, that is compressed down and torqued to a specific value. And what they found very early on in the investigation is that green bolt had fractions of a millimeter of play in it. And what resulted is that little bit of movement in that bolt that's supposed to be compressed and hold everything, all those components in there. There's within that bearing assembly, there's inner and outer bearings, and there's a variety of components in there. But the main pieces is there's bearings in there that that move around the axle shaft and have lubrication. And as a result of that little bit of play, there was some vibration. The vibration would have caused some heat. The heat would have burnt off some of the oil and the fluids in there. And then you resulted having metal on metal, and that which ultimately resulted in the failure. So status of the root cause investigation. As I mentioned, the root cause investigation began immediately and is ongoing. As I said, we know what happened. Right now, they need to determine the why, and that why will inform what the final resolution and the fix would be. As I mentioned, the initial inspection found a fault with the axle bearing, which caused the wheel to detach. Alstom and RTM continue to focus on what caused that axle bearing to fail to establish the permanent fix. As I mentioned, the vehicle inspection will continue, and they'll continue until such time as the permanent fix has been identified and put in place. As well, Alstom has identified some additional tools that may help them diagnose some of the precursor symptoms. So, obviously, very technologically advanced trains, they have monitoring software. So they've been able to identify that there's certain types of codes that the train was experiencing leading up to that, leading up to the issue that it happened at Tunney's Pasture. So what they're doing right now is whenever these codes pop up, they automatically get an alert, and they would ask us, at that point, to remove the train from service. It's not 100%. We've been running that for a while now. At a worst case scenario, we may pull a train from service that is fine, that doesn't need to be pulled. So it's an additional safety measure that's been put in place that will help assist in ensuring that the fleet is safe for continued operation. Now I'll turn to some of the preliminary information with regards to the September 19th derailment, and you can appreciate. I know Mr. Manconi provided some additional information that's not in the slide deck here. That information became known this morning, and we wanted to provide it right away, so it didn't make its way to this presentation here. So yesterday at approximately 12:15, westbound train came to a stop between Tremblay and Herdman stations. The train stopped because one of the sets of wheels had derailed. So, when I say sets of wheels, there's 5 bogies under a train. I know not everyone knows what a bogie is, but it's essentially an axle. It's the wheels, and it contains 2 sets of axles. So two axles or one set of wheels had derailed from that train. There were customers on board. There was no injuries reported to customers or to our operator. And it was even reported that the customers felt a few bumps and then the train came to a stop. But I appreciate that's an anecdotal statement. At 12:15, decision was made to stop line 1 at an abundance of caution. And then it was at that time that our R1 replacement bus service was operated for the entire line between Tunney's Pasture and Blair stations the remainder of the day. And that's where we are today, operating R1 replacement bus service. Next slide, please. Part of our operating response, we had OC Transport, Police, Fire, all responded to assist with removing customers from the train. That went over, the process to move customers from one train to another was well done. It was no issues there, but we did have a great response from emergency response providers to help and assist. OC Transport staff, RTM, Transportation Safety Board began assessing, investigating the cause of the derailment. I can tell you, while Mr. Manconi had indicated that it doesn't appear to be related to the axle bearing issue, I did want to note that that train had been recently returned to service after undergoing some axle repairs. But we do not believe it's related at this time. And as we indicated, so with the preliminary assessment, we do not believe it's an axle issue. But with the caveats that John provided, the investigation is still ongoing. It's still very early, very preliminary, and more analysis is needed to come to a final root cause and final determination in that regard. Next steps. R1 replacement bus service will continue to operate between Blair and Tunney's Pasture Station. This will allow for ongoing investigation repairs. Customers will experience longer travel times as a result of taking the bus. The train involved in the incident will be returned to the Belfast yard. Only once has been cleared to do so by investigators and safety certifiers. So the train is still out on the line, and it may stay there for the next. It may be there for a day, it may be there for a few days, but it will not be returned to Belfast yard until it's been cleared to do so. And then we'll be providing further updates as we know more and as the situation continues to unfold. So I'll provide some additional updates with regards to the performance of the line. You recall you've seen this slide before. For the preceding year leading up to August 8th, we were operating at a very, very high degree of reliability, 97, 98, and even 99% reliability for many, many months. August, the performance dropped to 77%, and that is the direct reflection of, running R1 bus service for an entire week, as well as reduced train counts for the days following service resumption. And, up until yesterday, service had rebounded well. The reliability was operating, for the first bit of the month was operating around 97% reliable, client service delivered. So, that's the service we've been our customers have been receiving and that we've been providing. And, obviously you can clearly see that that drop in August, and we know that 97% obviously for September will drop considerably over the coming days. Next slide, please. Train wheels. The train wheel replacement with regards to the wheel cracks, the inspections and the replacement work continues. As we previously communicated, until such time as all the wheels have been replaced and or the set screws have adjusted and confirmed that the wheels are safe for continued operation, the daily inspections of the fleet continue. As always, I want to mention that this is not speaking on behalf of the TSB. Their independent investigation will continue, and it is continuing, and we continue to engage our experts. But obviously, the August 8th event and obviously now the event from yesterday will impact the schedule further for the final replacement of those wheels on those trains. Now I want to turn a little bit to vehicle incident response protocols, and this is on the bus side of our service. And this update is as a result of the August 9th occurrence with the double-decker bus that was reported and we, left the road and was in the ditch. I think it's important to start off by saying, we do have more than 900 buses. We travel more than 66 million kilometers per year. We have a great team of mechanics and maintenance professionals that, our buses meet and exceed MTO safety requirements. Take great pride in that. Our staff take great pride in maintaining a very, very busy fleet of buses, and they do a great job of it. However, things can occur. It can occur on any fleet, and we have processes in place to deal with that. So a bus that has been involved has a major mechanical defect, it's major damage, a fire, there's been injuries on board, and sometimes when things occur for unknown reasons, we have a process in which we would quarantine a bus. So what would happen is when any of those factors come into play, work order is created by one of our garage supervisors, and that ensures that the bus stays out of service until it's fully inspected, and it actually limits the number of people who are able to interact with that vehicle, and there's specific processes in place. Once a bus is quarantined, the bus would be inspected by our engineering branch. We'd involve our safety unit, and depending on the circumstances, we would involve our bus manufacturer or other original equipment manufacturers of various components. Our investigation, when we do these investigations, if you go to the next slide, please, we do a complete inspection of the vehicle, review of any incident reports, look at the maintenance records for the previous months and years, look at the GPS data, if the bus is equipped with CCTV and there's potentially anything that may provide us some insight. We look at the CCTV footage if possible, and then the buses themselves have EDRs, event data recording. That we pull that information, and they would tell us what's similar to like a car. It could tell us what was happening with certain mechanical components of the bus at the time of the incident. We've implemented this process in the past, and that's what we did implement for this recent occurrence. And that's why you'll see on my next slide. We went further and we looked at a few. We looked at more than just the one incident bus here. So. It's once again, it's our safety management system in action, and it's just once again, it's showing that our number one priority is always safety for our customers and our staff. So, we won't hesitate to make those decisions to either quarantine a bus or pull a series or model of buses from the road to allow us the time to do a detailed investigation and be confident in the safe operation of the fleet. The next slide is an example of one of our. You can go to the next one, please. Yeah, is an example of a decision tree that we have for our standard operating procedures. So if we have an incident that's flagged for investigation, the investigation would start on two fronts. Our engineering team would start pulling the incident report and all that data that I talked about, and then we'd be engaging the original equipment manufacturers. In this case, it was ADL, and engaging them and their experts in determining what happened and we need to look at it. Is it a fleet issue or is it an incident specific to that one individual? So this is a decision tree that we apply, it's a process that is said we've utilized before, and we don't hesitate to utilize it should there be an issue that we need to respond and react to. And this is not unlike what you'd see in other transit properties who manage fleets of similar sizes. Now, specific to August 9th, it was a double-decker bus. It traveled off the road on Carling near Hertzburg, so on the west end of the city. There were two passengers and the bus operator were on board. No injuries reported. Due to the bus's behavior reported what the operator experienced with regards to the steering mechanism, the bus was quarantined, and it was determined that a wider inspection of the fleet was required and carried out. So all 19 buses of the same model series were immediately removed from service as a precaution, and we involved Alexander Dennis, the manufacturer of the bus, to participate in the investigation. They participated from August 9th to August 11th. The root cause, if you can go to the next slide, please. The root cause of the occurrence was a component of the steering system that required adjustment. So you have a schematic here on the right of the steering mechanism, and what they found was there's some bolts in where that arrow is that required to be torqued to a specific specification, and they had come loose. And in this specific vehicle, it came part where they came off, and that's what caused the bus to the operator to safely stop the bus, but couldn't control the bus from going into the ditch. Through our ongoing inspection, 5 of 19 buses of this model required an adjustment to the steering mechanism. None of them had come to a point where they had failed like the previous bus, but there were some buses, 5 buses that were identified that they didn't have the proper torque values, so they weren't tightened to a certain specification. All double deckers from that model were expected to return and cleared on August 12th. And as well, we went one step farther. There were another 59 buses in our fleet that had similar components to them in the steering mechanism. And the manufacturer, over those 2 days, inspected all other 59 buses as an additional precaution to ensure that the safe operation of the double-decker bus fleet. That's it for the updates that I have. I'll now turn it over to my colleague Pat, who will provide an update on ridership and COVID-19. Thank you.
Thanks, Troy. Could I have the next slide, please, Eric? Thanks. So on ridership, ridership has been climbing steadily through the summer with the reopening of removal of the lockdowns in June. In the middle of the summer, we saw ridership go up from where it was at 20% of normal levels up to 29% by the time we got to step 3 of the provincial reopening in mid-July. In the month of August, we saw ridership at 34% of usual levels, which is the highest it has been since the pandemic began. It's also a 2.5 increase. We're at 2.5 times where we were when we were at the bottom of the graph when the pandemic started. So very similar, though we, as you know, our ridership fell to a lower level. The rate of return at up 150% from where we were in May 2020 is very similar to what they're seeing in Toronto and Vancouver, and we'll be looking for data from more cities as it's available. We're always comparing our ridership to all the cities we can, and across North America and Europe, all transit systems are very far below normal ridership levels. Earlier on this morning, Councillor Fleury asked a question about whether how we were doing on UPass sales. I can say that we don't have those data in from all the universities and colleges yet, so we can't give that conclusion yet. But when it's in, I'll make sure we get it out to everyone. Also, as you know, we had to make a number of changes to our service this summer and coming into September, and we're still making some changes as recently as this morning, to respond to unusual rate of a shortage of workforce at the school bus companies. So we've added in a number of trips to add capacity to our regular network. And we've made some other small adjustments, and we're monitoring all of that along with the school boards and the school transportation authorities to see if we have to make any further service adjustments from the school service. Next slide, please. So just a brief update on our response to COVID-19. Masks continue to be mandatory for customers and staff at OC Transpo. The enhanced cleaning measures continue. Since we last reported to you in June, there's been 1 positive case among OC Transpo team members. All of the employees, including that one, have recovered and are back to work. And as you know, the city has a mandatory vaccine policy, and OC Transpo staff are required to comply with that as that comes in. And I believe that's the last slide. I'll turn you back to the chair for any questions.
Chair, it's John Manconi. I'm just wondering if I could add one other piece that.
Absolutely, John.
Okay. Councillors, I know we're seeing a lot of social media and comments about busy buses on R1. I can tell you that the team is deploying extra buses and larger buses. In addition, Pat and his team have put together a plan for, you recall, we've done this before, a direct Blair to downtown piece. So things are fluid, and we're listening. We know there's issues out there, and we're addressing it as we speak. I just thought I'd add that in, Chair.
Okay, thank you, John. Now, that concludes the presentation. Before we go to questions for the commissioners of staff, are there any motions?
Hi, Chair. It's Councillor McKenney. Yes, I do have a motion that was sent. There is a slight amendment of wording that I should expect to see within a couple of minutes, just to make it in order with this with the commission.
One moment,
Okay,
please.
could
Chair,
you go ahead, Eric?
I can pull that up for the Commissioner, Chair, if you wish. I'll just need a brief moment.
Thank you, Eric. Chair, do you want me to read it then into the record?
Yeah, if you're comfortable with doing that, please do.
Yes, thank you. Okay, is that it, Eric? Is that the latest?
It should be, yes.
Okay. So whereas a westbound train on the Confederation line derailed on September 19th, 2021, and whereas on August 8th, 2021, a train on the Confederation line derailed while in operation, and whereas on August 24th, 2021, a ghost brake forced an unexpected stop between two stations, forcing riders to be evacuated from the train, and whereas 10 train cars from the Confederation line were recently found to have axle problems in need of immediate repair, and whereas the Transportation Safety Board has been involved in investigating loose axle bearings and cracked wheels on the Confederation line trains, and whereas the Rideau Transit Maintenance Group, RTM, the maintenance affiliate of RTG, and SNC-Lavalin has a 30-year maintenance agreement with the City of Ottawa. And whereas the Confederation line recently passed the 2-year mark of revenue service availability, and this only had 1 year of expected service reliability during a time when, due to the global pandemic, the ridership was exceptionally low. Oh, went too far. And whereas in the first year of revenue service availability, there were ongoing serious issues with the rail system that included train control software and communication system software problems, compromised catenary mechanical supports, switch heater malfunctions, vehicle passenger door faults, track defects, and wheel cracks on several trains. And whereas the terms of reference for the Finance and Economic Development Committee state that the committee is expressly responsible for all matters related to stage 1 and 2 LRT projects, including procurement, contract award, and construction progress. And whereas Section B13 of the Terms of Reference for the Transit Commission expressly delegates to the Commission the authority to receive operational performance reporting related to the transit system. And we can go down a bit, Eric. And whereas the Transit Commission's terms of reference further state that the Commission's mandate is responsible for ensuring the development of a safe, efficient, accessible, and client-focused transit system, and for providing overall guidance and direction to the Transportation Services Department on all issues relating to the operation of public transit, including conventional bus service, the O-Train, and Paratranspo, emphasis added. Therefore, be it resolved that the Transit Commission recommend that Ottawa City Council establish 2 separate task forces as follows. The first task force, comprised of relevant external and independent rail experts, to provide a full assessment of the entire system delivered to date. The second task force shall be an independent panel comprised of leading rail experts to determine and advise the city on a way forward to provide long-term, reliable, and safe rail service on the Confederation line. 3, the task forces shall be supported by city staff and funded from the Transit Reserve.
Thank you, Councillor McKinney. Are there any other motions? Just speak up if somebody's got a motion. Okay, I have one motion as well then that I'd like to table at this point. Be it resolved that the city manager consult with the regulatory monitor and compliance officer, Sam Barata, to identify and retain an independent expert to confirm the safety of the plan to return to service. And be it further resolved that the city manager report back to City Council and the Transit Commission by memo as soon as the individual has been retained with their work plan and timelines for the completion of this additional independent safety review. And that goes along with what John was talking about in his presentation. So that'll be another motion for us to discuss. Okay, so moving to questions, we start with the commissioners first. So Commissioner Wright-Gilbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess I'll start with the derailments because those are the most serious issues at the moment. It was mentioned that the axle bearing comes as a pre-assembled component. Were these components ever inspected prior to the LRT Line 1 opening in September 2019? Were they ever opened and inspected?
That would be a question for RTM. Remember, our contract is with RTM, not with Alstom, and the assembly and the building of those trains is with Alstom, who report through to RTM.
Fair warning, I think most of my questions are going to be to RTM, not that I don't appreciate your answer, Mr. Manconi. But so do I need to repeat sorry, who is here from RTM again? I apologize, Mr. Manconi. Nicholas
Truchon, he is the Chief Executive Officer of RTG.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Mr. Truchon, do you need me to repeat the question?
Nicholas, I believe you're on mute. Nicholas, you're still on mute, bottom left.
Let's try that. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, there's some serious background noise going on there, Mr. Truchon.
Let's try this one. Can you hear me better now?
Perfect, Mr. Truchon. Hi, I'm Sarah Wright-Gilbert. Do you need me to repeat my question?
No, I think we're okay. We understand from Alstom that the axle bearing assembly is a component that was manufactured in Europe. It comes as a package, and it's been subjected to the quality program of their subcontractor. But again, it's still part of the ongoing investigation to understand exactly what kind of quality process this component has followed.
So, okay, that's an part of answering part of my question. But when RTM, RTG, we'll just call y'all RTG for now. When RTG received the components, which were sealed axle bearing assemblies, when they were received to be put onto the trains, or when they came on the trains, I'm not entirely sure if they came separately or arrived on the trains, were any of these components, given that these are sealed components, were any of them ever opened for inspection by RTG or its subcontractors as part of the putting the trains together to put them on the line? Were they ever opened and inspected prior to revenue service availability in September 2019?
We will need to get back to you on this one, but we understand that the QA process that was followed by Alstom specific to those components are...
So no, you've said that, Mr. Truchon. Mr. Truchon, I understand that this is probably a really difficult day for you. And I'm going to say this one comment. I'm probably going to use the word you a lot in my questions or in my responses. I do not mean them to be personally directed towards you as an individual. It's RTG and RTM or whatever you guys are calling yourselves. You don't have the information about whether or not these components, which failed and caused a derailment, were actually inspected by your subcontractors prior to being put on trains that were going to carry humans? You don't have that information.
We don't have that information at this point. We will get, again, it's part of the ongoing investigation that is currently being carried out into the root cause. At this point today, I don't have that specific piece of information, but we're more than happy to circle back.
Okay, so then you would not be able to answer the question as to whether or not the trains were delivered with this defect of the axle bearings having some play in the torque causing the derailment, or we think it caused the derailment. You wouldn't be able to answer the questions whether the trains were delivered with this defect or if this is a result of poor maintenance and inspection.
We understand that this is part of the root cause investigation that's currently ongoing. I don't want to be difficult, but there are data points that we're missing at this point, and we need to let the engineers and the quality assurance from the manufacturer to provide the information that you're looking for.
I think we're all looking for this information, to be honest with you. So in the presentation, it was stated that codes were being displayed prior to the derailment in August. What were these codes indicating? This may not necessarily be a question for you, Mr. Truchon, so whoever can actually answer that question, I will be happy to hear it.
Again, we're trying to jumpstart findings with respect to an ongoing investigation. There's information that's flowing, okay, maybe not as quickly as everybody would like it to, and I agree with that. But at the end of the day, for the time being right now, this is all we have. All of the information that we have has been relayed back to the city. And we need to let the engineering and the manufacturer of the component provide the information that we're looking for.
Okay, but in the presentation that Mr. Charter gave, it was stated that codes were being displayed on the train. I would assume that there is a record of those codes somewhere, much like when your car pops up a check engine light, though I suspect it's not as simplistic as that, so I'm not trying to, dumb it down. There's a record of those codes somewhere. Those codes must correspond to and correlate to some sort of error within the train. I would hope that RTG knows what those codes mean. So my question is, what were those codes indicating?
Troy, do you want to help out on that one?
Sure, Mr. Chair, I can provide a little bit more information. So all the trains are equipped with sanding mechanisms, and these sanding mechanisms, what they do is whenever there's a little bit of a slip slide, like a slip on the wheel, the traction, it'll disperse a little bit of sand out onto the track to give some more traction so the train can get going. This is not unique to Ottawa, it's on systems all over the world. So sorry to
interrupt you, Mr. Charter. I'm talking about the August derailment, not the yesterday. Oh, you exactly. Are okay. I am. Wanted to be okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
So, and this is where I said, this it's not 100%. So, what the codes say, what happens is whenever there's a little bit of slip in the wheel and it needs some traction, so it records that as, hey, I need some traction, disperse some sand, get going. That's normal. That's what we want the trains to do. That's what we want the system to do. But what they were able to see is that in that incident vehicle, that some of these slips were reporting that it was lasting seconds rather than a second. So the belief is that may have been a precursor to the issue happening, is that there was something going on with the axle causing it to slip a little bit more, so it's asking the system, give me more sand so I can get more traction. So it's not an error code. It's not saying, hey, there's a problem with the axle, but we believe that could be a precursor to say, hey, if you start experiencing that, let's, as a proactive measure, abundance of caution, let's pull the train, have it inspected.
Okay. So I'm going to assume that these codes, when they came up about the slippage in the axles and, hey, I need some sand or whatever thrown down on the track, were these codes acted upon at all prior to the derailment in August? Did anybody take any action when these codes got thrown up and you noticed that they were lasting for seconds rather than a split second? I don't know who can answer that question. I'll take anybody at this point.
1 minute left.
Thank you.
Maybe what I could ask, and I'll ask Mr. Truchon to elaborate, but no, that's it's normal behavior of the train to request the sand. So what was observed as part of the investigation was that the requests for sand were lasting longer than what we had normally seen in the past. So it wasn't something that anyone would have been flagged to prior to the incident. Okay. Now that we know, it's an alert system has been implemented so that they can get advance notification that, hey, there might be something happening.
Okay, I appreciate that. Prior to the resumption of service on August 14th, so after the first derailment, were the axle bearing assemblies on all trains opened and inspected prior to returning these trains to service? All trains, not just affected trains.
Commissioner, I believe Mr. Truchon is going to introduce Mario Guerrera, who is the CEO in charge of maintenance for RTM, to provide additional information. So if you just give them a second. Nicholas,
I appreciate that.
I don't know if you're ready to go.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please repeat the question?
Yes, of course. It's Mr. Guerrera, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Guerrera. Prior to the resumption of service on August 14th, so we're speaking about after the first derailment, were the axle bearing assemblies on all trains opened, because they are sealed component, and inspected prior to returning the trains to service? So this is all trains, all axle bearing assemblies. Were they opened and inspected?
No, they were not open. They're sealed unit. They come from the OEM, a sealed unit. What we did is we brought all the vehicles in. We actually hanged the bogies from the vehicles, and then we do a test to check the play on the end bearings on each side. And if the test fails the criteria that was established by Alstom Engineering and the OEM, then we would hold the car and replace the bearing unit. If it passed, then it would be deemed safe to return back to service.
Okay. So no, not all of them were opened.
No, we didn't open any. Actually, the OEM was on site, and as part of the repair process, they replaced the bearing units that had failed. But we don't open those units typically here. They come from Europe as a sealed unit.
Yes, I understand that. Okay. So it was stated during the presentation that vehicle inspections will continue with respect to the axle bearing issues. So as you're saying, there is a established test for these axle bearing assemblies, and you hang them in some way and test them. This test is being completed. Is this an established test that is recognized internationally as an engineering test that should be done for this specific problem?
I can't answer that. I know that it's we're relying on the expertise of the OEM and Alstom to determine what that test should be.
Can you tell me what the OEM is again, please?
Original equipment manufacturer, the company that actually manufactured the axle bearings.
Thank you. I'll come back around and ask more questions at the end. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Next up is Commissioner Tierney, please.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I'm glad we have, RTG, RTM here today, because I think that's what we've all been looking for. And when we had our first incident, who would have predicted yet another one within a month, which is very concerning. I don't know if it's John that would answer this, but when it comes to the TSB, I look at these derailments and I see it takes, derailments aren't completely uncommon. I mean, Toronto has them, Edmonton has them. I'm not discounting what's happening with us. We've just had a lot more. And it seems when the TSB comes in, it takes a lot longer before we actually get the trains back into the shop and back out. It's like a week. So, we chopped 2 weeks out of a month already. So it's not the best track record. Why is it taking so long for TSB to conduct it? We want a very safe system. We want to find out what's going on, but it seems very long compared to other municipalities that are having issues. That's question number one.
So a couple of things. Again, if not that you need more reading, but I would encourage members to go back and read the regulatory compliance officer report. You are the only jurisdiction that has rail in Canada that is federally regulated. So your authority is with Transport Canada. TSB is a safety board that investigates predominantly federal, well, it's always federally regulated air, freight trains, and so forth. This is the only LRT system that they're investigating. So the TSB, I can tell you, mobilized very quickly. They're going as quickly as they can. They're great people to work with. They're very thorough and so forth. So they're not at all going slowly or anything like that. It's not a resource issue, but they have to do all the appropriate steps. And before you re-rail a car, so put it back on the track, you need to contain the site so you've got everything that you need to as inputs into the investigation. And you probably saw them out there yesterday measuring and doing light levels and so forth and all that. So in other jurisdictions, Calgary, Toronto, they just re-rail and go. They're self-regulated. So Calgary doesn't have this oversight. I'm not saying that's good or bad. They just don't have a federal body to report to. Light rail is not regulated federally. You're the only one in Canada that has federal regulations over top of you, and you're the only one that's self-regulated with a federal agency on top of it. Hence that very comprehensive report that we brought forward to you, and hence the hiring of Sam Barata, who's your independent oversight person.
Okay, so on that, John, thank you. And I do like what I'm hearing about Sam doing this independent audit, and I have to take your word, it will be independent and expose any issues that exist. Let's not downplaying anything, just bring everything to the table. How soon back? Like, is this going to be like months and months and months, and we're going to have to wait for reports? Like, how is this going to work?
We're going to go as quickly as we can. You want service restored, so the approach of Mr. Barata, who will probably be on the phone with me today or tomorrow, recommending to Mr. Kanalakis directly, an independent person, to review that will move very quickly because we want to get service back on track. And then the independent experts to do the end-to-end, we started those discussions with a few experts out in the field.
Okay, and so while we're having all these discussions, I can't help but think where the derailment took place. And now that I know it's just the sanding system that wasn't tightened down or whatever the case may be, is that inspected on a regular basis, like physically? Because I think that sanding system is probably used more, I assume, in the winter. Was this just something that was an oversight?
So I'll let Mario comment on the inspection, and just a caveat: let's not confirm that it is the standing bracket. Right?
Oh, 100%. Yep.
So I'm just putting caveats on that. So Mario, would you like to comment on the inspection regime?
Sorry, are we talking about the initial or
the brackets for the sanders?
Oh, yeah. I mean, as part of our regular inspection regime, the brackets are inspected. There's actually torque marks put on the brackets to make sure that the bolts are all properly torqued in the line. So that's part of our regular regime.
Okay, and so are they scheduled? It's not like seasonal or something. It's like on a regular, like.
No, it's a typical. It's based on the number of kilometers traveled. Pre-scheduled inspections.
Okay. The other thing is, when we talk about TSB, John, since we're the only federally regulated one, where they usually do a heavy rail, they don't really do a light rail. I find it interesting. Can TSB shut us down?
You'll recall TSB makes recommendations.
Mm-hmm.
So, and to be blunt, if you have a TSB report, and they have some of the best people in the industry, and if they don't, they bring them in. If you have a recommendation that says do X, Y, and Z, you'd be a fool not to follow any of their recommendations. You went through that in the double-decker bus. Remember, they said recommended clear all the brush for the sightlines. We immediately did that. So Transport Canada, on the other hand, has a lot of authority over you, and but will rely on the input from Mr. Barata, my chief safety officer, Brandon Richards is on the call, TSB, and others.
Okay, so TSB can't. They do the recommendations, but Transport Canada could.
That's correct.
Okay. Where we had our second incident of derailment, I can't help but think that curve. I've said it many times before. It's very loud. We've done all these different things. Will Sam be looking at that aspect of that curve and the effects on the wheel bearings? Are we confirmed that is not affecting the wheel bearings? Because in my mind, obviously I'm not an engineer, that amount of grinding and noise must have some damage occurring to our wheel bearings.
If we need more details, I can get Michael Morgan to comment, but here's how I would respond to that. Everyone's looking at every aspect of it. So the Mott McDonald review is looking at the rail wheel interface. That's where, what are the touch points? These are millimeter touch points. So Mott McDonald is all over that with Mr. Morgan's expertise, and Troy. Sam is looking at all those things. You recall he looked at rail maintenance. He reported back to you on that, and so forth. So everyone is looking at that, Councillor. This incident was not near that curve. There's nothing indicating that that was a contributing factor, but again, it's early days in the investigation.
Okay, and then so on stage one, where we have these derailments, and I foresee there'll probably be a couple more in the future, just based on other municipalities and seeing what they do. It's one thing at the slower speeds. Now I'm starting to, it's keeping me up at night thinking about stage two, only because in the East End, at least it's a straight stretch. So, there's no curves and craziness. But we bought this train set specifically for the ability to be able to go up to 100 kilometers an hour, if memory serves. Currently, we're not doing that. And so from that Blair out to Trim stretch, it's going to be going at a much increased speed. And I need more confidence as we get closer to it from a testing regime, that segment, and especially the West End where there's more curves and bobs happening. You know what I'm saying, John? Like right now it's slower speeds on the spine, but we anticipate it's going to be a lot faster in the future.
Yes, I would say a few things to that. Mr. Morgan, you recall, has brought forward all the stage one learnings. So track weld temperature, track configuration, all those things, vehicle modifications and so forth. Also, the testing regime, that vehicle has been tested to 100 kilometers an hour during initial phase one testing, and will be tested at the appropriate speeds with full loading. They load it up with sandbags and so forth. So it's a combination of those things. But again, the Mott McDonald report and Mr. Barada's work and the other oversight will give you those extra layers of protection. I think, my comments on this right now is we can tell you all that. You need to see the black and white in front of you from a clean lens, an independent lens, and there are firms that will do that and do that very well to give you what you need for comfort and for the public to get the comfort they need.
Terrific. And I'm looking at, back to seeing certain segments down in other municipalities. That's the other question, is like, we're all really tied in on this one system. It's not like we have like different trunks or different lines. Is our whole system always going to be paralyzed when we have a segment where there's a problem?
No,
like, are we planning for that in the future, John? Forgive me, just amongst all the 3 new extensions, because I think that's a big factor too. If we have to close down a certain spot that has a bit of an issue, but we can still keep pulling people in from Trim Road to Blair, and then they take a different service, so be it. But I'm just trying to think ahead here, that having the whole system down is very irritating.
No, absolutely. On stage 2, I mean, Mr. Morgan will be organizing a tour of council and the media for the Trillium line and the east-west. When you get out to the Trillium line, you'll see there are pocket tracks, so you can pull off to the side and keep the service going. There's more crossovers on both east-west and the Trillium line. So yes to all that. And the Trillium line, I know somebody was asking, that never derailed. It did derail. Derailments occur. I'm not dismissing any of this. I'm not minimizing it. Many agencies report, some choose not to report minor. We report them all, including the ones that we had in the yard, which are considered very, very minor. But there are hundreds and hundreds of derailments across the rail industry in Canada every year. You just need to go to the Transport Canada website and you'll see all the listings of those.
Terrific. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll go back on the board later on.
Thank you, Councillor. So next up is Councillor McKenney, please.
Thank you, Chair. I wonder, is Mr. Barada here today on the meeting?
He is not, Councillor.
Okay. Is our city auditor here at the meeting?
The Auditor General, you mean?
Yeah, sorry, the Auditor General.
No,
Okay.
unless I'm Rick, I don't know if the Auditor General is here.
No, she is
I'll
not.
tell you the reason. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Chair, the Auditor General is not on the call. Thanks.
Okay. The reason I ask is that Councillor Tierney referred to Mr. Barada as doing an audit of what's occurred with these derailments. I wonder, is that so? Is Mr. Barada actually doing an audit? And is that something that our AG knows about, understands?
No, it's a
I
great,
don't know. I
point.
think we really need some clarity here in terms of the language we're using.
Okay.
And what's happening. We have got zero confidence right now in this city with the people who paid for this system. We've got zero confidence. And I just feel like there are words being thrown around and ideas being thrown around that, at least to me, make little sense right now.
No, great question. So Mr. Barada does not do audits. Again, this is very important to you. So please take the time to read that report. He is your regulatory compliance officer. He tables a work plan, which you see, and he reports at the end of the year on the work plan. What the regulatory compliance officer regulatory regime that you approved has is a clause that says Mr. Barada can recommend to the city manager areas of expertise to be brought in to undertake any specific task. So, and why that's important is he's independent of the operation. He doesn't report to me. He then, in this case, will tell Mr. Kanellakis, restoration of service, you should bring in an independent safety expert to review the return to service plan. It is not an audit. You're right. We don't do audits. I'm not authorized to do audits, nor is Mr. Barada, but he is authorized to bring in expertise to do what you're suggesting in terms of restoration of confidence.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you. It does. Can I just ask a very general question? Does staff today have confidence that that we were provided and that we've received a well-designed system that was both well-designed and well-built, or did we just get the cheapest product possible and that's what we're dealing with today?
Councillor, you got a system that met all the requirements of the project agreement, which includes, you'll recall during testing and commissioning phase, particular outputs that were required and prescribed. And in addition to that, there was layers upon layers of review and testing of vehicles, of track and systems. Having said that, there have been and continue to be challenges on the system that when we report on the McDonald work in camera as part of the legal proceedings, they will clearly talk about were they system issues, were they design issues, were they maintenance issues, and so forth. Not for today, but I will say it. Every startup system in the world goes through challenges. We've gone through more than typically what has occurred, and that includes vehicles. And I wouldn't, I'm not trying to be dismissive of the challenges, but Boston launched a bunch of new cars last year. In the spring, they reported they might be back in service this fall. Washington had door issues. Toronto had lots of issues with their streetcars. Councillor Meehan talked about some electric buses that got pulled. Those were cracked frames on articulated buses. New fleets go through challenging periods. Again, I'm not dismissing the challenges we've put you and our customers and our staff through. They delivered a project that met your outcomes of your P3 agreement.
Well, I would argue that just meeting the PAs probably doesn't establish that we actually have got what was required from the system. I think that there is a difference. Looking back now at August 2019 and the 12-day error-free run for the system, would staff suggest today that that we should have waited until we could get at the very least 12 days running without error on this system before we accepted a $2.1 billion system that, and I hear you, other systems have got issues, but you just had to name me 5 systems to come up with about 1/3 of the issues that our one system is dealing with. So if it were just doors, it'd be one thing. If it were just cracked wheels, it'd be one thing. If it were just catenary, it'd be one thing. If it were just, well, I guess derailment, I don't think could just be one thing. But would you today make a different decision?
So,
And was there any, and I just want to add to that, was there any political interference? Was there any political pressure by the mayor's office or the mayor himself to get this system up and running without 12 days of error-free running system?
Councillor, I've been at this 32 years, and I'm not going to respond to the political interference piece. I do not operate that way, never have, never will. The mayor and the city manager and everybody relied on what we articulated to you and shared with you on the testing. And if you're asking me, would we change anything? No, we would not. For someone to sit here now and think that any testing could have projected that a bracket would come out loose after millions of passenger miles, nobody could have predicted that. If someone could have predicted the derailment that we had as a result of a sealed bearing unit, nobody could have predicted that through testing in commissioning phase. It is very easy, and I'm not dismissing your question, Councillor. I fully respect, put us on the hot seat. That's what this is about today. I get it. But for someone to think that someone would have had a magic globe to predict that a bracket would fall off, or that a sealed bearing unit, which are modular, by the way, nobody builds trains anymore. They're assembled. They come in components, whether it's Alstom or Siemens. Nobody could have predicted that. So to answer your question, no, I would not have changed anything. We are professionals here. We brought forward what you needed to launch that service. And there was nothing that occurred yesterday that anybody could have predicted in 12 days of continuous running, which, by the way, around the world, we checked, nobody had any similar testing regime. And nobody's done a bus rapid transit conversion to light rail. So there's no playbook for that.
When you talk about the bracket system, are you referring to the sanding system?
The bracket that held the sanding unit, correct.
But we don't know. We have absolutely no idea. And I don't think that we can point to that as the reason for yesterday's derailment. Has any sanding system ever come off of our other line, our Trillium line, while it was running?
I personally know the gentleman who's in charge of, or used to be in charge of, the entire New York City transportation system. I was on the phone all day with him yesterday. Yes, components do come loose on trains. We've had it on our system. We had a sanding bracket come loose in the past, and we've had an issue with tags on the track. You'll recall we had a shutdown on that. The question is, I can't remember which councillor asked it earlier, Mr. Guerrera, what's your testing and what's your inspection regime? Do you have torquing rules and so forth? That's what we got to dive into. And I'll say it, that's the Alstom piece. Alstom needs to ensure those vehicles are torqued if that sanding unit is torqued to the caliber that Mr. Guerrera spoke about.
So there is evidence of trains being derailed anywhere with a small little sanding bracket, because a small little sanding bracket has come loose. I find that incomprehensible. I mean, it's not a large bracket. I understand axles breaking and having the bearings cracked and the axles deficient, but to have a sanding system cause a derailment, I just find it hard to believe that could be a serious a cause of a derailment, a serious derailment in this case.
I'll get Mr. Michael Morgan to explain to you the tolerances levels that we're talking about, not just on this system, but you'll recall the Trillium line did derail. That was millimeters of a fraction of a switch. And it caused a full derailment, and we had injuries on that train. The tolerance,
and not as a result of the sanding system, though.
No, it was as a result of a very small tolerance issue. And when we use the word small sanding bracket and so forth, I'd be careful. Wait for the investigation to reveal what it comes down to. Could have been a contributing factor, could have been the key factor, could have been a lot of things. That's where the TSB and others will help.
I appreciate that. Has RTM launched 15 out of the 15 trains since August 16th?
Yes.
And for which dates?
I don't have those. I don't know if Troy or Mario would have those.
Mr. Chair, I can get those dates. I believe it was end of the beginning of the previous week and the end of the following, but I'll get you the following, the exact dates, but there was at least 3 days, possibly 4, in which they hit the 15 trains for the AM peak period. If you recall, it's only 15 trains for the AM peak period. Other times of the day, it's 11 and 13 trains, but I can get you those specific dates.
And are we still getting that $100,000 deduction from RTM for when they don't meet the 15 out of 15?
No, that I'll just say agreement that ended. If you recall, the plan was to be ramping back up to normal service levels for September. So ramping up through the month of August. So no, that is ceased.
So they've only
Counselor.
met their AM launch 4 times in over a month. Is that? You can send me the exact dates, but is that what I'm hearing?
Troy, Counselor, I have to correct Troy on one piece here. The math is being done, but they're not getting paid hardly. They'll probably get 0 in August. So forget the 100,000 because they didn't meet service requirements. And just like if they are down for a week, as Mr. Truchon projects, they'll probably lose their entire payment again, which is over $4 million, 4.2, 4.5.
And are there 50 single trains now available for service?
Mr. Chair, at this time, there's 39.
39 single trains?
39 single cars, and yeah, we double them up to provide our service. Yes.
Okay.
There are other vehicles that are various stage 2 vehicles that are various states of being made available for service, going through the testing commissioning process. But right now, it's 39 individual cars.
And do we know how many lost kilometers we had in August and up to yesterday as a result of trains not being able to be launched?
Mr. Chair, that is information I don't have with me right now, but that's information I can obtain. No, won't be a problem.
Okay, and if any of the new trains, the newest trains failed inspection, so any of those trains that were pulled and failed inspection, were any of those the newer models?
Mr. Chair, I believe, I think maybe Councilor Menard might have asked that question previously. I responded, it was one train, one of the newer trains had been impacted by the axles, but all the other ones were with the original trains that we got with the launch.
Okay, that's all the questions I have for now. Chair, I can speak to my motion later, but I think that the public, media, our riders don't feel that they are getting the service and the information and what they need to give them trust in our system. And I am looking forward to discussion and around how we can ensure that we have independent, full panel of experts and not just a response, again, by memo by our one safety regulator. So I will speak to that later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Next up is Councillor Gower, followed by Commissioner Olson.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I have a number of questions related to safety, also the ongoing assessments and investigation, and most importantly, around the impact this is having to customers, riders on OC Transpo. The first one is, I'm looking for clarification. How does a TSB investigation proceed? How long does an investigation for a derailment typically take? When are we expecting to hear back, and do we get a report, or what's the follow-up from the TSB investigation?
Thank you, Councillor. Very important point here. So far, the TSB has not said they're investigating yesterday's incident, nor the other one from August. They are assessing. So they make the decision. That's why, again, I've seen on social media, there's people saying you can't find it on their website. They will post only when they're in official investigation mode. And so they're assessing, but our approach is we take it all in. Whatever they can share with us, we will take it and listen and act upon it.
So in the past, you have shared assessments or findings or recommendation from TSB with councilors and commission, I believe by email, but I don't think they've been formally shared in a commission as a document for information. Open-ended question to, I guess, clerk's office. From a governance point of view, could we receive any correspondence on this derailment? Actually, either of the two derailments, whether it's a decision to investigate or not, or could we receive that as an information item in a future transit agenda so that this commission has that clarity and transparency around what we get from the TSB?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I believe that would be absolutely doable. Thanks.
And that could be in addition to email updates from Mr. Manconi when we have get that information by email, then subsequently the next soonest Transit Commission meeting. That would be helpful.
Correct, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
In terms of the R1 bus service that's currently running, you did address capacity earlier. I think Mr. Scrimgeour may have addressed that. Can you tell us what that capacity is? Is this regular non-COVID capacity, or are we ensuring a certain level of physical distancing on the R1 buses right now? What does capacity actually mean in terms of sufficient capacity?
Pat, could you comment on that? And while he's turning on his mic, right now, Commissioner, I've said I want to throw everything we've got at it because people are uncomfortable, even with vaccination and masks and so forth. I've seen busy buses, and the planners will argue, well, they're not at full capacity, but we have to respect the time we're in. There's a lot of nervous riders out there, and so I've instructed him and Mr. Greer to throw every bus we've got at it to increase capacity and frequency. Pat?
Thanks, John. Mr. Chair, there's not a solid number of what we should plan for right now. We have capacity standards that you've approved that we generally use when buses are overloaded. And we're not near that at most of the system. The question right now is, once we've exhausted the spare bus that we have and the number of operators that are agreeing to work extra time, when should we pull buses off other routes and move them over to supplement service on the R1? We know when the R1 is busy, but we also know that when we take a bus off any other route, it causes a longer wait, which we'll tell people about, but it's a longer wait for the bus on those other routes. So that's what we will be balancing continuously. We were balancing that this morning with the observations we had. We'll be doing that this afternoon. And if this goes on for more days, we'll continue to do it. We want to make sure that all customers across the system are, comfortable riding the system, that they're not waiting too long, they're not too overcrowded, and balancing the negative impacts in one area with the positives that we could get in another area if we move buses back and forth between routes.
So just to be clear, though, the council approved capacity of buses or recommended capacity. I just want to make sure that's not what you're using to measure here, or is what you're using to measure here? Or what is, there must be a capacity number that you're using in this pandemic situation around physical distancing. Is it an ad hoc number? Is there a specific, is it 50% of usual capacity? How are you determining that?
We don't have a number, Mr. Chair, that when the commission approved making masks mandatory in June 2020, that was to recognize that, and you may recall the presentation, to recognize that there would be no way of maintaining physical distancing once ridership began to return. It's just not possible in any transit system without massive capital investment, which would not be possible in the short term, let alone affordable. So the mask mandate was to recognize that physical distancing would never fully be possible on transit vehicles as it has been in other locations. So the question is, how do you balance crowding here versus waiting time there? And we want to make sure that there aren't, I mean, the easy way of putting it is not too many people standing on a bus. If people, so that no one is forced to either stand closer than they're comfortable or to wait for the next bus. And we have to hit that balance, and it varies. I wouldn't say it varies, but I would say it has probably adapted over time as we've all become more conscious of the need to stay away from other people, but also as we adapt to situations. So, Mr. Chair, there is no number that we've been applying.
For the R1, is it likely higher than 34%? Like what percentage capacity do you believe it's running on R1 this week?
Mr. Chair, from the indications we have from our staff and from the photos we've seen, it is more than 34%. 34% is what we saw system-wide. I would guess that in a comparison to the standard capacity, those buses that we saw, the buses that we saw this morning, some of the busy ones and the ones that we saw in August, might be closer to, between maybe around 3/4 of the normal capacity standard. As I said, and as Mr. Manconi said, we're going to be reallocating larger buses to bring that space, to give more space, so that this afternoon, and if this continues into more days, we can give everyone more space.
And you mentioned longer travel times, obviously, bus versus trains. How much of a difference is it between a R1 bus heading from one end of the line to the other versus the train heading from one line to another?
It depends where someone's traveling to and from. Across the whole line, it takes about twice as long for a bus to make a round trip as it does for a train to make a round trip. But that's felt more on the east end of the line, where the stations are not along a road. And on the west end, the bus service is much more direct, going along Scott, Albert, Queen, as far over as King Edward. But once we get past New Ottawa Station, the road system that's required to get to each O train station is more circuitous, and that's why we'll be adding the express direct buses from Blair to downtown to bypass most of that as much as we can.
So people who are using R1 rather than the train over the next few days are likely experiencing a longer commute, and perhaps on buses that are more crowded than they're comfortable with, but OC Transpo is working on that to deploy more. Is there a mechanism in our contract with RTM, if we were to, let me go back a sec. I think that contract with RTM does a pretty good job at protecting the corporation of the City of Ottawa in terms of compensation. If there is transit service not delivered on the train, we don't pay them. If there are replacement buses required, they have to cover the cost of those replacement buses. So I think the corporation of the City of Ottawa is fairly well protected through that contract. City of Ottawa residents are not as well protected there, in that they are impacted again and again when there are these long-term transit interruptions. Is there any mechanism in that contract to allow for compensation in some way of riders? If there was a fair reduction over the course of a week when R1 is in service, hypothetically, do we have any legal or contractual recourse to charge back to RTM for that kind of a compensation for the major inconvenience to riders?
Mr. Chair, Councillor, that's a very good question. I look to Mr. O'Connor on response, because that is all part of your confidential legal strategy on the money that they're not getting paid, where you deploy that. So there's a policy piece on if council wants to do that. That's one part, which that's not up to staff. That's for council to decide if you want to do a refund or a rebate. Where the money goes, I can tell you, is intrinsically tied to the double-digit amounts that we're holding back from RTM on the problems we've had, and the payments, like in August when we don't pay them, where we redeploy those funds and so forth. So Rick, I don't know if that's for Fedco and camera. I default to you about how deep we want to get into this.
Mr. Mayor, or sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm no longer the city solicitor. So I'm going to defer to the city solicitor, who I believe is on this call.
David, are you there?
No. My apologies, Mr. Chair. He's trying to get into the meeting. He's not actually in the meeting. So in the meantime, Mr. Chair, what I will say is this commission and council have on a repeated basis over the years directed staff to, quite frankly, go back and get every dollar that they possibly can as a result of anything that's taken place with regards to LRT 1 and 2. So I think on a general perspective, there's no need to go in camera, just to understand that staff are working with external legal counsel and making those claims, and have been all along. Thanks.
Would a decision on any kind of compensation, would that be in the authority of Transit Commission or under the authority of council, should we get to that point?
Mr. Chair, I believe that would be well within the jurisdiction of council.
And in terms of doing anything around compensation today, in order to do that, I'm assuming we would need to find a revenue source or a way to pay for that. We couldn't just all of a sudden decide to change transit fares without understanding where the money would come to pay for that revenue loss.
1 minute left.
I would agree with that, Mr. Chair, but I will also defer to the treasurer, who is on the call. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. O'Connor. I would recommend that we do find a mitigation if we are unable to recover those funds from RTG.
Thank you. And I struggle too. What would compensation actually look like? I mean, it's something that a lot of residents, a lot of riders have been asking for. I'm not suggesting today at commission we should be doing that, but I think it's something we need to consider where that revenue, where that financial source would be from to mitigate the offset, but also consider what's actually meaningful and helpful to residents. It's hard to put a fair price, match a fair price to the lost time and commutes and so on. But I think it is something that commission and council especially are going to need to discuss. I know we're going to have an opportunity to discuss Councillor McKenney's motion. I know where you're coming from on that, Councillor McKenney. I just wanted maybe staff to confirm. I started to make a list of all of the different oversight and assessment bodies, Transportation Board and Transport Canada, who have more of a reactive role. There's our regulatory compliance officer, the chief safety officer. We have an investigation going on by Mott McDonald into the overall system. We have the Auditor General, who has already done some audits, and there'll be future audits. And then there's also RTM's internal staff and OC Transpo's internal staff. Are there any other entities or organizations currently involved in investigating any issues around LRT?
Time.
I believe that's it. I don't know if you mentioned the other one that we're recommending, the city managers approved, is bringing in an independent group to look at all of it as an umbrella.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I may come on after or wait till we get to motions for the rest.
Okay, that motion, I believe, is circulated, Councillor Gower. It's my motion to have Sam Barata recommend some names to the city manager. So next up, we have Commissioner Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Charter, I have a couple of questions for you. The cars that we are using, the train units, they are the first ones that came off the Alston line. Is that correct? We were the first city in the world to use them.
That's my understanding, yes. So maybe I get Mr. Morgan can elaborate for me, but yes, my understanding is that's correct.
Troy's correct. I think, it's based on the TTNG, Tram Train Next Generation Alstom vehicle that's produced and used on a couple other sites. And so there is, in some of the investigations, there is reference material that's relied on and experience from other fleets. But if you look at the customization, adding the Talos train control, it's the first kind of variant that was done that uses that train control, that uses the winterization and a few other features.
Are there any other cities, since we took delivery of our vehicles, are there any other cities that have adopted the same train, notwithstanding the modifications?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Michael, Metrolinx.
Metrolinx uses a, it's coming off of the same production line, but it's a 750 volt design variant of the same vehicle. So I mean, I don't know the details of the Finch line, but that would be, I mean, it's coming off the same production line. So you would, there would definitely be some lessons learned there in terms of the quality and other factors. But I think there's some changes, some differences between the two vehicle fleets, but we could look in to see what the similarities are to the Finch product.
So in many respects, we're basically alone in this fight, if I can put it that way, in trying to figure things out. We can't turn to others for a lot of help.
Depends on the failure mode. So I think for the axle failure mode, we are relying on information from other sites, and they are relying on their experience with the axles. The axle supplier uses that product on a number of different vehicles, and so as an integrated system, we can't necessarily rely on others. But when we get down to the component level, that's when we can start to rely on the manufacturers, rely on the original equipment manufacturers to provide their lessons learned from other facilities.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Charter, you spoke about derailments occurring, and just doing some quick research. The internet is a very limited thing, I understand. I could find one reference of a derailment for the Calgary LRT in 2016, but nothing since. I couldn't find anything for Edmonton or Waterloo or any other potential LRT systems in Canada. So are there as many LRT derailments in other cities as we've experienced in Ottawa in the last little while?
I mean, that's a great question. And Mr. Chair, as we said, derailments can happen. They do frequently happen in railway yards. That is a fairly common occurrence. On the main line, it can happen, but there's no other way of putting it. It should be very rare, and it's something that you put a lot of processes and technology and people in place to prevent them from happening. So the fact that we've had 2 in 2 months, I understand the frustration, the concerns everyone have, but they can and do happen worldwide. Mr. Manconi mentioned earlier that we previously had one on line 2 several years ago. I remember that incident very, very well. So, but they should be rare. They should be rare, but they can happen.
Okay. And I don't know, Mr. Charter, if this question is for you or for Monsieur Touchon. So, Monsieur Touchon, if you could be ready to answer. Mr. Charter, you mentioned that there was of the 39 axles that were inspected, 10 required repair, or axle bearing assemblies. I'm not sure exactly what it was, but 10 required repairs, so 1/4. And is that normal? Or when Alstom was informed of this, and I assume they were they actually surprised at that number? What was their reaction?
Mr. Chair, I'll let Nicholas, if you want Mr. Touchon to elaborate if you'd like, but the issue that we encountered with the axle bearings, we were able to, and Mr. Morgan referenced it, we were able to reference another property in another country that had experienced a similar issue, not the exact same train, but similar components. So we were able to reference that and look what they did and what mitigations they put in place for their continued safe operation. It really informed our TM's process here. In terms of the numbers, I think people were generally surprised that it occurred in the first place, and the fact that it occurred once. The right decision is you've got to look at the entire fleet, because you just don't know until you inspect every wheel and every axle. So that was the next step is, okay, we've had one. We need to verify if there's 1 or 10 or 100. But I think, generally people were surprised that it occurred in the first place. So the number of 10, that was just, everyone doing their due diligence and making sure that, we're doing things the right way, and we check and that's why we have the ongoing inspections in place now.
Okay, thank you. And just one last one comment for Mr. Manconi. Mr. Manconi, I just want to thank you for all your contributions to improving transportation transit in this city. It's been great to work with you, and I wish you all the best in the future.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Olson. Next up is Councillor Brockington, please.
Thank you, Chair. Lots of information to absorb today. I just want to start off by saying, with yesterday's derailment, staff were able to come today and give us as much information as possible. And that is appreciated. Obviously, we were expecting it, but I just want to say thank you. Getting a little feedback there. Frustrating part is we had a derailment in August the 8th. And there were a number of members of commission and council who asked for a special meeting. And recognizing that staff may not have had all the answers at that time, yesterday's incident proves we could have had that meeting. Our job is to protect the public safety. And certainly there were a lot of questions out there, and waiting this long to get information, or at least to meet, was too long. So we have to be mindful of that the public is watching. A number of my questions, Chair, have actually been asked. I'm not going to repeat them. I want to save time so we can move on. Mr. Charter made reference just recently about derailments that happen in rail yards, the service yards, not the main line. We've had 2 on the main line. Can staff just remind us how many derailments have occurred off the main line, either at Tremblay or elsewhere?
I'm going to ask our Chief Safety Officer, or Mario, if they have that number handy. Mario, Brandon. So that's offline, Counselor. So in the yard.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's single digits, but I don't know. Brandon, do you know? Mario, do you know?
Specific number, hey, Chair. Specific number I don't have. I can think of 4, but maybe Mario can add to that.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we've had 2 what I would call significant derailments in the yard around the bend.
And the cause for those, are they similar structural in nature, or do things happen in the service yards that are different than the main line itself? Just the configuration of the lines, the amount of crossover, the switches. Can you talk on that just briefly, please?
I mean, the configuration is pretty much similar. There is a much more tight radius curve, and that's where we've experienced both derailments. But as far as configuration with switches, it's fairly similar to the line, just much more condensed in a smaller area.
Right. Okay, fair enough. Can I be reminded that the derailments that have happened on the main line when they occurred, what was the speed of the train when that happened?
I can tell you the August 8th incident, as the train was just coming out of the station, it was very minimal speed. I'm going to say 5 to 10 kilometers. Unfortunately, with yesterday's incident, we haven't been able to download the information off the vehicle. So I don't have that information for you at this point, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I asked because I thought Councillor Tierney was going to go down this road, but we have straight stretches of track where the train is able to get into higher speeds, and we want the train to travel fast. This is supposed to be, high-speed rail within the city. Can we hear what happens if it's traveling at 80 kilometers an hour and an axle, or there's some problem and it derails? What can we expect happen on that train carriage?
Mr. Chair, I would hate to speculate. That's something that I wouldn't be able to answer at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we have been, and I put this in quotes, lucky that I believe the trains have been traveling at a low speed when the axle or other issue have happened. But this is where public confidence and our issue with public confidence comes up, because people see this happening. They obviously don't want it to happen. Nobody wants this to happen again, but there's the possibility that our trains could be traveling at quite a rate of speed, and this could happen. and it's just not going to come off the rail a little bit. And so this is a concern that I think we need to be mindful of. I have questions unrelated to the derailments. I think, Chair, it's germane because the agenda item talks about Confed, but I want to talk about an issue I've raised almost every month, and that is talks with the federal government and having employees come back to work. We've seen our low ridership numbers. There was reported today by Mr. Scrimger. Our estimates, our ridership numbers are way below the estimates we were predicting for this year and have subsequent revenue issues on our budget. What does the outlook look like for Q4 and into 2022? Is this going to be maintaining at 30-35% ridership? Or do we actually, can we predict that there's going to be some substantial uptake in ridership?
Mr. Chair, as I've mentioned in the past, the treasurer, myself, and the city manager are constantly speaking to both the universities and the federal government, as they're your main customers at peak. You're seeing the universities go back, which is positive. The federal government, we don't see any near future return to work. You've seen everybody's taken a position in the upcoming election. To be blunt, we need those customers back to get the ridership numbers up. It's as simple as that. My understanding from the federal government is they're doing a department by department assessment as to what mode they're going to return to. And so for the foreseeable future, they're talking already into 2022. You've seen that, they publicly reported that. That's a concern, and we need to be concerned about that. And at some point, you're going to have to talk about what do you do? How long do you hang on with the surplus capacity if they don't return anytime soon? I don't know if the city manager wants to comment, because I know he's always talking to the Privy Office of the federal government.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. In fact, we have a meeting with the federal government deputy ministers this week. We were updating more regularly over the summer, and then August people were on holidays. So this is our first meeting back after our last one, early August. And we're going to get an update on where they're at with the return to work, the impact of Delta, has that slowed down the return, all those things. So we have all the key players from the feds on the call this week.
I've got former colleagues in many departments. I'm not aware of any department that has a back to work plan of any significance. And that concerns me, because, you know, looking medium to long term, if we don't have those ridership numbers, what's frustrating is the decentralized model. A department leader can't speak to all of Ottawa. We need the federal government to recognize that federal public servants are a major cohort of our ridership base. And if a federal government decision is made not to return to work, or even some sort of hybrid model, public transit system in the city takes a major hit. There's got to be an acknowledgement from the federal government that their decisions have consequences. And I think we can't lose sight of this, because it's going to come back to us. We can only hold off these significant revenue losses not much longer. So that's why I keep raising this. Finally, the last question, Chair, I'll ask is just reports that I see. They're not really coming to me directly, but see on Twitter that people are posting, and it's happening more within the last month or so. And that is what I'll just call issues, aesthetic issues in our stations that, again, undermine the public confidence in the overall system. And that is what people are posting in stations about paint peeling, water coming through the walls. Just, you know, those issues that should be addressed right away and taken care of. Mr. Manconi or Charter, can you just comment? It's basically the downtown stations that we're seeing. If you could comment, please.
Yes, Councillor, we have to do a better job of responding to those. I've told Pat that our social media people need to be all over those, because I've seen those same things. I had a good discussion with Miss Kennelly the other day about, you know, she had a tweet out that the escalators were broken and taken apart at Rideau. That's on us, because we didn't communicate to the public. No, they're not broken. That's part of the TSSA inspection regime. We need to take those apart. Mr. Guerrero and his team have to do that as part of the TSSA. We, OC Transpo, own the relationship with the customers. We should have been ahead of that, and we need to respond to those. The painting in the Rideau station, Again, that was out there. The mayor mentioned it. Again, we didn't do a good job. We should have been telling everybody we're doing injection grouting, and we just came back. Mr. Guerrero and his team have painted it and cleaned that area. The tiles and the carpets from winter that we didn't pull up, that's totally on us with RTM. We should have been all over that. The dead trees, they're being replaced. I used to run forestry. You don't plant trees in the middle of summer. They're all scheduled for the fall. That's when the roots take up. But again, as I've told a few people, we need to do a better job of communicating with you and the public on those things that are going and lighting up social media as we're not on top of things. Mr. Greer, Mr. Guerrera, and Mr. Charter did a great job on the landscaping. All the stations have been cleaned up, the weeds are gone and so forth. So I agree with you, and we have to do a better job communicating and responding to those things, because it just adds to, I will say it, a very, very modern system that has issues, and we will get through them, but it's going to serve us well in the future. I know it.
Thank you. Thank you for acknowledging that. And I've always said that we restore public confidence by providing continuous, reliable service. That is truly the way that we're going to get people back. But have you put any thought into how we can communicate to our ridership, to the public, once we get through this derailment from yesterday? But we really do have to restore public confidence. And like I said, the main way is to ensure reliability in the system. How do we communicate in our stations, I don't know, through social media or other mediums, to get the word out, to provide that message over and over? Here's what we're doing. We acknowledge the impact this has on you. Here's what we're doing. We're all aiming to go in their same direction to provide safe, reliable transit in the city. How do we reinforce that message with the public?
I think we do everything that you said, but what's fundamental is that all gets lost. It's to your point. I'm agreeing 100% with you. When we're running 13, 14, 15 trains reliably, like we did for many, many months, and even after the August incident, it goes totally quiet. You can have the best stations, you can have the best landscaping, you can have the best website. If the train doesn't show up on time and is consistently reliable, you won't gain any traction. I'm agreeing with you 100%. And the mission right now is restore the confidence. I hear you loud and clear about confidence and safety. We're all saying the same thing. That's why I'm proposing those things that I've suggested earlier on. And the spending money on outreach and so forth, we can do that. We just got to get the reliability right back up. And we were doing very, very well. And these two unfortunate incidents occurred.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Brockington. Next up is Councillor Kavanagh, followed by Commissioner Caracato, please.
Thank you, Chair. In the derailment, well, we've had a lot of good questions on it. I just want to ask about the predictability of these derailments. Mr. Charter said derailments happen and it's not totally uncommon. Is there any predictability to them? And one thing I want to know, if it's taken into consideration, is the extreme heat we had for a couple of weeks. Has that had any effect? Is that a factor at all in what's happened, and how do you take that into consideration, being as this is still new technology?
Great question on the heat and cold. The track is being inspected. That's all part of the investigation. I want Mr. Morgan to comment on the predictability. I think the short answer is no, you cannot predict those things, but I'd like him to comment on what you do as a robust integrated system. There's threats on any rail system, particularly when you have a tunnel. Worse, right up there with derailment is fire and smoke in the tunnel. That's why we do all those testing of tunnel ventilation system, which customers complain about and so forth. But Michael, can you just speak about the first part of the question, please?
Yeah, I think it's a good question, because it really gets to the heart of the investigation, which is to find all of the contributing factors to this particular derailment, and then the last one as well. We know that there's a series of technical issues that tend to lead to derailments. And so to the extent that you maintain your wheels correctly, to the extent that you maintain your track and your railhead correctly, you can minimize the likelihood. And so a lot of the efforts by the team should be focused on those key indicators or those key risk areas, making sure you minimize those, or take good care of those kind of interfaces to minimize the likelihood. And so as part of the risk analysis that you do on any project, you go through, you look at track geometry, you look at the wheel rail interface, you look at the vehicle design, you look at all of those things to essentially minimize or eliminate the opportunity for derailments. You put in things like there's the extra rail that you see in some of the tight curves. And so then if you do have a derailment in a curve, you minimize the damage. So all of those things go into it. And we would expect that as part of the investigation, we look at the recent track inspections in that area. Was there a heat-related condition that caused the track to be misaligned? We need to look at the wheels on the bogies to understand, are there any sharp flanges that could tend to lead to a derailment? We need to look at the underside of the vehicles to make sure, are there any other kind of loose components hanging down? So there's a series of factors, and it's an integrated approach. But by focusing, we know there's certain kind of things that exist on the system that are more likely to cause a derailment, switches, sharp curves, that type of thing. And so, we focus on those to minimize it. But once you kind of put all those things together, there's no way to essentially predict that you have a derailment. You know that if you let those things go, that you are more likely to have a derailment.
Thank you. I just wonder, when we're buying this system, how do we know it's been tested for these things? Because that is Ottawa. Ottawa is extremes of heat, extremes of cold, and those are big considerations. Is this, if they haven't met those standards and we're finding that they didn't meet the test because of these climate change factors, is this part of our beef with RTM and RTG that we approach them with because they didn't make it tough enough?
I mean, Mr. Chair, I'll defer to Mr. Charter, but certainly, these temporary speed restrictions, the heat-related restrictions, all of the work that they're doing, in terms of the ballast work and the rework of the track, those are all things that they're doing to essentially update the system to reflect the reality and the real-life conditions that we're experiencing in Ottawa. So those are things that they're doing now, and they need to continue doing as part of certainly the rectification plan that came out of last year's default, but certainly any kind of new consequences that come out of this summer's activity as well.
Okay, thank you. The whole domino effect of when this happens and we're using buses again, I think there'll be a lot of people out there concerned because we've got the back to school situation happening where OC Transpo has to pitch in because OSTA can't get enough bus drivers, and there's a bit of a squeeze there. And I think parents are pretty worried about their kids getting to school. How are we dealing with that in terms of when we put on the buses to replace trains, the pressure that we have to make sure we have enough buses for kids going back and forth to school as well? How are we managing that?
So we stepped up and helped out OSTA, and we need to continue to tell OSTA to throw more resources at the school bus issue, because we want to help those children out. It's part of the whole inclusiveness that we care about this community. What we are doing right now, Councillor, is we're looking at routes that we can pull larger buses off of, so replace them with 40-footers because they're not full out in suburbia and so forth. And then where there's high frequency routes, pulling out some of those trips, not eliminating the trips, the route, but pulling out some of those trips and redeploying it. And then our staff, a shout out to them, they all received a call yesterday and they're stepping up big time in terms of coming in to do extra trips and extra service. And I commend them and the union leadership for helping us out there. So it's a mix of strategies.
Okay, thank you. I do hear from people who are not using line 1 at all. There's a great number of people on our system that don't go downtown, don't use that system. For example, the 62 to Stittsville. And I'm sure Councillor Gower will say that who wouldn't want to go to Stittsville. But those buses are actually full and crowded. What are we doing for situations like that? Because they're still those unique situations.
Yeah, we have our standby buses that we insert if they need an extra trip and adjust. It's very, very fluid. If you go to our control room now, even before the R1 situation, there's a lot of adjustments being done, and that's a good thing because that means people are returning to transit. So we're inserting trips, we're inserting extra buses, looking at bus types and so forth.
Thank you. And I'm also hearing from seniors who also are not affected by your statistics of checking with the federal government and schools. They're just starting to get back on the buses and get their confidence up because they need to go to appointments because many of them can't drive. So they've been relying, I guess, on other people, but slowly they want to start relying on the system. Are we going to look at their needs as well? I have situations where they're looking for those buses that take them to the hospitals, for example.
Totally. I have an 87-year-old father who uses OC Transpo and he wants to be back on there. So I totally understand it. And it's not just on the free days.
Okay, I won't give specifics here, but I'll talk to you offline about our situations. One of the concerns that I've heard from communities is with stage 2 being built, there has been some changes. And one of the biggest one was the Moody Station. This had dramatic effects on Crystal Beach Lakeview, where we took a very convenient stop and spread it around and putting it on two sides of a highway on off ramps. I went out there and checked it out, biked around, ran around to look at it. And it's a scary place to go to when you're talking about crossing over the Queensway to get to a bus stop. It's totally spread out and totally inconvenient. And I'm very concerned about losing ridership altogether and certainly not building it for that community. These are the things that we have to keep our eye on in terms of next steps. Is it possible to improve the service here? Because this has been, this is a big change and we all get that stage 2 is important. Things had to be moved around, but it looks like we're not taking into consideration people wanting to use the system. We're making it as difficult as possible.
Yes, Councillor, I saw that correspondence also and I saw the pictures. Pat and Michael are coming to see you because the mission there is to improve things as best as we can. And we have further pain points, you know, in the West End as the progress continues. We like to see the progress. There's some challenges out there and beyond, out to Canada and so forth. So they're all over it and they're going to come and see you and see what we can do.
I appreciate that. I think they have to meet with the community as much as me. And they have once, but it was last minute notice. So people were thrown off and not prepared. So again, we're building a new system, but we don't want to lose people in the meantime.
Agree 100%. And we'll help you out on any public meeting.
1 minute left.
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Next up is Commissioner Caricato, followed by Vice Chair Kluche, please.
Thanks, Chair. I have a question about, so last night or yesterday afternoon, when you decided to cancel service for the next week or so, who made that decision? Is it an RTM, RTG, the city?
In terms of shutting down the service yesterday, that was myself to Mr. Charter with our safety officer, Brandon, who's there. And in terms of how long that lasts, that was Mr. Guerrera, who at a media interview, they asked how long will it be shut down. He said, I could see it taking a week. So that's not definitive yet. More importantly, I think on the return to service is that that check and balance that we're going to be putting in, that we want to move as expeditiously and safely as possible in terms of when we can return. But in terms of the shutdown of the service, we directed RTM and they understood given the circumstances.
Okay, and on the return to service, I know we're going to discuss this in motions later, but what are we looking at in terms of costs for the outside independent consultant, and who is going to be paying for this?
So we're going to, as Mr. O'Connor said, and it's been our direction, all associated costs of this are going to be passed on to RTG, RTM. We do have a budget for Mr. Barata and for consulting services. I don't think that part will be significant. The Mott MacDonald piece is already being passed on to RTM, RTG, and then the last one in terms of the overarching umbrella, that too will be passed on to RTG, RTM.
Okay, good to hear. And then just a process question about the motions. They seem pretty similar to me. Is the Hubley motion replacing the McKenney motion, or just so I understand when we get to there, please? Thank you.
I can respond to that. No, it would not. Mine is substantively different and requires more oversight. Thanks.
Can I get like the city clerk or somebody to also respond?
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if the city clerk has rejoined the call. He had to step away briefly. But my understanding is, in fact, that Chair Hubley's motion was intended to be a replacement motion, provided, of course, that staff are clear that the various provisions provided in his motion would render the others moot if carried.
Okay. If there's a change to any of that before we get on to voting on the motions, I'd really appreciate that clarity from either yourself or Mr. O'Connor. And that ends my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Next up, Vice Chair Cloutier, followed by Councillor Deans.
Chair, thank you very much. And bonjour tout le monde, Mr. Manconi. I too want to thank you for the service you've provided to the residents of the City of Ottawa in your career, your expertise, your professionalism, valued your efforts to provide information. This commission to council since the launch of the LRT are valued, and I thank you very much for them. And I certainly appreciate the updates we received from you, from your colleagues today.
Thank you.
I'm a big proponent of transit here and everywhere since I've been 7 years old here. Transit is an engine of economic development, of inclusivity, of environmental sustainability. And most recently, I was in Toronto this weekend and using transit for everywhere I went. And let me say, there were closures on line 1 on the main Young University line. There were disruptions, as there are periodically everywhere. But we all agree that the performance of this system in Ottawa, which is the one I care about the most, is not up to the expectations of the residents of the city. We need to work together to find solutions to restore the reliability, to improve the safety, to increase the comfort so that transit becomes our residents' first choice when they move around on their daily living. I just wanted to start with that. Many of my colleagues have asked the questions that I wanted to ask, and I appreciate that from them, and I thank them, and I appreciate the answers we've received. And I just want to build on some of those questions. And I did have to step away for a bit, so I hope I'm not repeating some. If I am, please let me know. Mr. Manconi, why are we the only federally regulated LRT system in Canada?
So it's because you cross from one province to the other. The only other spot you're going to see that is Windsor, because they cross over to the US. So that's a tipping point for federal regulations. And we have the only LRT system that crosses the two borders.
Okay, but it doesn't though, does it? But our bus system does, got it, but the LRT does not.
The LRT does not. Our system crosses over to the other side.
Got it. Okay. Commissioner Wright-Gilbert was asking about the axle assembly, and to Monsieur Touchon, I apologize, that it was opened. But for the wheels are on the axle, of course, but they have been removed. But removing the wheels to check for grinding, because they need to be grinded to make sure they're absolutely round, to check for cracks, we know that that's been an issue. Taking off the wheels would not constitute opening the axle assembly. Is that correct?
I will ask Mario to speak to that, please.
Thank you.
Yes, that's correct.
So the wheels could be removed and put back on. That does not constitute opening the axle assembly. But let me say, the axle assemblies have not failed. A derailment is not a failure of an axle assembly. It's a derailment for a reason that we're not quite, that we haven't established the root cause. Is that correct?
Are you referring to the August 8th incident or yesterday?
Either one.
So the axle bearing failure, we believe, and it's still did contribute to the August 8th incident.
Okay.
And we're not sure about yesterday's incident. We're still investigating.
Okay. But we have not finalized the root cause.
No, we have not.
Okay, good. Thank you. With respect to yesterday's, Mr. Charter, I believe, said that it is a train that had been removed from service to inspect or repair the axle assembly. Is that correct, either Mr. Charter or Monsieur Truchon?
Yes, car number 21 was one of the original cars that had failed the inspection as a result of the axle bearing failure and had recently been repaired and put back in service.
Okay. And as part of that repair, would the sander assembly would have had to have been removed and reinstalled? And I'm asking that in the context of Mr. Manconi's opening statements, which I acknowledge have not been established as a root cause, but just for my information, would that sander have to have been removed and reinstalled as part of that repair?
Yes.
Okay. When they are removed and reinstalled, is there a torquing or a measurement, a torque guide or a torque wrench that provides the proper reinstallation procedure and force to be used, if I could use that, to reinstall those?
Yes, the bolts are torqued, and there are torque marks that are put on the vehicle on the bolts that act as a visual for inspections to ensure that the bolts have not come loose.
Okay, and their maintenance records with respect to that car, that bogie, the reinstallation of those wheels and those sanders as to when it was done, perhaps who the technician or the maintenance mechanic who reinstalled that, those records are kept.
All work that's done on the vehicle, and a work order is open for that work, and the work order is closed with comments and referencing checklists that have been prepared in order to deem the car as safe and complete for service.
The W5s, who did it, when they did it, how they did it, and
yes,
if there's any.
Correct.
1 minute left.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Coordinator, and thank you for your work also on our commission meeting. Okay, so that will be important when we determine if it was indeed a sander assembly that may have caused this incident yesterday. Thank you. With respect to service to our customers and providing transit service, Mr. Manconi, people will be relying on our one service for, I think we're currently using a week's time. And we know from our ridership that the buses are very full. Are all the buses, all the labor, driver capacity that you have with respect and acknowledging our OSTA and their needs, has it all been brought back to bear, back into service so that we could provide the fastest service, the best, the capacity that our residents need in this period when LRT is not in service?
Yes, but our job is not done. Mr. Greer called in every single operator we could get. We're on the phone all day yesterday into the wee hours of the morning. I'll know better this afternoon what the bus count on R1 is and what the operator count is, and the instruction is clear: bring more.
And again, that the bill for that will be RTG's responsibility. Is that correct?
Everything associated with this is going there, yes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for your answers, and thank you, Chair. Those are all my questions for now.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Next up, Councillor Deans, followed by Councillor Menard, followed by Councillor Leeper.
Thanks, Chair. And let me just say that I just want to voice how appalled I was that it has been 3.5 months since the last Transit Commission meeting, during a time when we have a system in crisis. And I don't think that is proper accountability. And I just wanted to put that on the public record. My first question is to Mr. Kanellakis. Mr. Kanellakis, in my opinion, and I think the opinion of many, many taxpayers and residents in this city, OC Transpo is currently a system in crisis. And I mean, I don't think I have to enumerate for you all of the problems that we have seen with both the buses and with the train system. Mr. Manconi is departing this organization 10 days from today, and he gave 6 months notice. And yet, council and this commission have not been told of a replacement for the general manager of OC Transpo. That, to me, is shocking. So why has no replacement been named, and when can we expect a new replacement to be named for Mr. Manconi?
Hi, Mr. Chair. Well, as the council full well knows, because the recruitment process for these positions has taken some time, and we've been actively engaged in this recruitment process since early summer. I do have a candidate that I'm currently negotiating with, and there's some issues around some of the benefits and issues that that we have to sort out. And I'm hoping to be able to announce a candidate very soon. And so that's where we are. It's taken longer than expected in terms of negotiating a contract or compensation package for this particular individual because there's some complications based on where they come from.
So will that person be in place on October 1st?
At this stage, that's very unlikely. I'll probably have to have someone acting in the interim. I don't think the person will be able to arrive here in time for John's departure.
I mean, I do understand. I do agree with you, Mr. Kanellakis, that recruitment does take time, but especially in a time when OC Transpo is in crisis, I think not having a leader at the top of that organization is highly problematic and very unfortunate. But Mr. Manconi, when he spoke of RTM being in a breach of contract. So in light of all of the problems that we've had, and I agree with what Councillor McKinney said earlier, that we should never have accepted this system when it couldn't even do 12 days continuous running without a problem. That system should never have been accepted. And over the last 2 years, I mean, some in this organization might try and spin it as if, you know, it's just one bad week or maybe two now. It's been a continuous set of problems, the likes of which I don't think you could point to any other transit system in North America that has had this level of incompetence from the get-go, from catenary wire problems, cracked wheels, broken axles, dislodged sanders, jammed doors, multiple derailments. It goes on and on and on. So I guess my question for you, Mr. Kanellakis, is when is enough enough? When is enough enough? When are we going to get rid of RTM? When are we going to fire RTM, RTG, SNC, Lavalin, Alstom, and the whole works of incompetence that have destroyed the image of OC Transpo, driven down ridership, and lost the confidence of the public?
Well, Mr. Chair, the councillor and all the councillors on this call have been in camera briefings from our lawyer, Ms. Vogel. And that question did come up several times in the in-camera briefings, and you received a response from Ms. Vogel about what it would take to do that. And you also were given a plan that we're following with respect to a legal plan, with respect to rectification, notice of default, and where that default's taking us. So there's a process before you can eject a partner in an agreement like this. And we're doing everything we can legally possible to ensure that they rectify the situation and correct the 9 issues that were identified to council. That were many of the things Councillor Deans has listed, and they basically worked their way through all of those things and rectified them, other than I think there's a few issues left outstanding. And that we are planning to bring another legal update to FEDCO very shortly in terms of where we are with the default notice, where we are with the rectification plan, where we are on all the other legal challenges that we've talked about in camera. So council has a full update, and I think it's a fair question to ask at that point again, if you choose to ask it, when Ms. Vogel is in the room, in terms of the context of our legal strategy moving forward, try and rectify all the outstanding issues.
Well, thank you for that answer, and I appreciate that, Mr. Kanalakis. I guess as a taxpayer, I just think of all of the taxpayers out there and all of the transit riders and users of the system that would like to know the answer to that question. So it's one thing, and I understand there are legal issues, but to the extent that you can share information in a public forum, I think the public have a right to know. They're the people that are paying for the system. They have a right to know what the current thinking is in terms of the next 30 years. We have a long way to go, and the level and degree of incompetence around this system does not appear to be likely to change anytime soon. So to the extent you can provide public information, I would really encourage you to do that. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the derailments, and there was a question asked earlier about the Trillium line and mechanical issues with that, and that there was a question about the dislodging of the bracket on the sander, and Mr. Manconi didn't actually answer that question. So I guess I'd just like to know, have there been any mechanical failures that have caused derailments on the Trillium line? Because I can't recall any. I can recall one derailment in 19 years on the Trillium line, and I think that was driver error. So, and that's 19 years. Have there been mechanical problems on Trillium that is maintained by our own OC Transpose service staff in 19 years?
So a couple of things, and I'm going to get Mr. Charter and Mr. Morgan to comment because they were both directors that operated that line. So first off, that line is not maintained by OC Transport. All we do is operate it. It is outsourced, always has been. It's maintained by Bombardier, the trains, and then the track and the mechanical systems and so forth is maintained by a third party. There was a derailment at Carleton University. I think that was about 6 or 7 years ago. Troy will have the exact date. That was operator error going over a switch that was not in the proper position. But then I will ask Mr. Charter and Mr. Morgan, because they ran the line, to comment on other mechanical issues. That's a broad question, but mechanical, whether it's the vehicle or the track or the switches. We had lots of switch issues, as you recall, even on launch day of the Trillium line, where the then chair at the time and myself were stuck on a train during launch because the switch didn't operate properly. So Troy and Mr. Morgan, if you could comment.
Yes, good question. Mr. Chair, we've had one derailment on the line, and it was related to the switch that Mr. Manconi had indicated. There was a degree of operator error, but at the same time, there was the switch wasn't closed, and and when John was talking about it, we were talking about once again fractions of a centimeter in this situation, which caused the train to derail. And if you recall as well, that took a train out of service, and we were leading up until the expansion project, but we operated with 2 trains and we didn't have a spare for a period of time because of that derailment. There were lots of issues over the years of the life of the original Bombardier Talent trains, and then the Alstom Lint trains that we needed to manage and control. There were definitely service impacts over those years. But the most common ones that impacted our customers and our service were signal issues and switch issues. We did get those behind us, but it took time and it took some trial and error for us to be able to resolve all those issues and get the reliability to where we wanted it to be. But as far as the vehicle per se, there were always whenever you're dealing with a fleet, regardless of size, you're always managing issues and doing what's safe and what was reliable. But the only derailment that we had was related to that switch. But there were lots of issues that over the years that impacted service and impacted the frequency of service, or impacted our ability to launch service and get R1 going.
20 seconds left.
And the only derailment that we've had might have partially been related to a switch, but it was also related to driver error, I seem to recall at the time. And that's one derailment in 19 years. It's not 2 derailments in 6 weeks. So it just this system just does not feel like it's working. I'm wondering who from OC Transpo is overseeing this? Like who's watching the people that are doing this to make sure things like brackets don't fall off Sanders?
We have multiple layers. We've got Troy is responsible for the operation, and the operation requires paper documentation of safety inspections and vehicle inspections. So vehicles are in full compliance when they're at the launching platform. And then you've got Mr. Richards, who's in charge of safety compliance in terms of all elements of safety. And that's not just trains, that's stations, it's everything. So it's a combination of things. So when every morning when a train is deployed, there is a certification process, paper documentation that shows that all the checks and balances have been done before a train is launched.
Okay. As a South End councillor who represents many constituents who'll be using the Trillium line once it's completed, I must say, having SNC Lavalin in charge of constructing phase 2 after the debacle of stage 1 gives me absolutely no confidence in the Trillium line. And I think I speak for a lot of my constituents when I say that. So what can you tell me about what has changed, or what we're doing differently to ensure we're not just repeating the mistakes of stage 1?
So Trillium line, and I'm going to get Mr. Morgan to comment, is very different. It's a diesel system. The trains are different. The tracks are different. The switches you heard earlier on about, do we have the pull-off locations if there is issues and so forth. So it is a completely different system. The lessons learned from stage 1 all got carried over there. And everything from gas heaters for switches and so forth. Mr. Morgan, did you want to comment also?
I think, I mean, the starting point for Trillium line expansion is a bit different. Because we have 6 trains already, that we know, and we've had this experience with those 6 trains since 2015. And so we know that, we've worked out the kinks and they're reliable. We also have very good lessons in terms of the gas switch heaters, and very good experience with the turnouts and getting the system working. We've added later on a number of improvements to the system. There's a number of weaknesses in a single track system with passing sidings. So we've tried to overcome some of those weaknesses. In the past, if we had one train stuck, the entire system would stop and there was no way to kind of continue service. And so we'd have to call out the buses. Now we've tried to create, there's not a huge amount of flexibility, but there's flexibility at the end of the line. So if we get a train stuck there, there's obviously Walkley at the midpoint to be able to get them offline. So there's a bunch of changes that we've done to make it more flexible. And then as John says, it is a completely different system, using a different signaling system, not having catenary. The whole approach to snow and winter is different because it's a much heavier train, a bigger train. So the comparisons between the two, I don't think are apples to oranges. It's not the same, and there's a different starting point. We've got a lot of history, a lot of experience with that system, so we're comfortable with the new trains we're getting. We're comfortable with the trains we have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Morgan. Councillor Deans, you're about a minute over your time. I apologize to the other participants. I did not hear the warning sound for that, but if you'd like to go back on the list after, next up is Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much. I echo many of the comments of Councillor Deans and others here. The confidence in the system and trust is severely lacking. We have a lot of work to do to fix that. I have several questions. Who will be the acting GM of Transit in the meantime?
I haven't made that decision yet. I'm waiting to see how things transpire with the candidate that we're in discussions with right now. And then I'm hoping I can have things wrapped up this week, and then I would be making an announcement on the acting.
Thank you. When did the rail car that just recently derailed yesterday return to service after being inspected after the August 8th derailment and axle issues?
I'll ask Mr. Guerrero to speak to that.
Yes, I don't have the exact date, but I believe it's been in service for about a week.
Okay. So it was inspected, put back in, was there for a week, and then this issue occurred. I'm wondering, okay, I'm wondering if there's any potential legal ramifications for trains that were deemed safe to return to the system just a week ago, and then subsequently derailed in a matter of days after being inspected.
I wouldn't know.
Can anyone answer that question?
Sorry, Councillor, what do you mean by legal ramifications to us, to RTM, to?
Yeah, I mean, I'm concerned about our city and our residents. So are there legal ramifications for either us or RTM after having inspected a train, deemed it safe to return to service, and then having it derail a week later?
Okay, so now I understand the question. So that's, hypothetically, if someone were injured or they suddenly get injured and say they want to come back on the city. Mr. White, I'm going to ask you to comment on that, please. Caitlin, is Mr. White on the call?
Just taking a look, Mr. Chair, I do not believe that he is. I believe Mr. Huxley from Legal Services is on the call. I'm not sure if he has the information requested.
Stu, are you prepared to comment on that?
Mr. Chair, I would certainly take that information back to the city solicitor. I would also posit it would be an item that the city's external counsel that is has carriage on the ongoing file would also be involved in.
Okay, on that item specifically, when are we expected to go into camera to get a legal update? Is it going to be today? Is it going to be at council tomorrow or on Wednesday?
Mr. Chair, we're still trying to set that date. It'll probably be at an upcoming FEDCO meeting, one coming up. It won't be at council tomorrow.
Okay, I'd encourage us to do it as soon as possible, given the lack of trust in the system and as a full council, not just with FEDCO. And I want to be very clear about this next point because it wasn't clear coming from another councillor. I'd like to ask staff to please take direction to share with council and commission immediately any and all TSB letters the city has received and sent back with regard to the August 8th and September 19th derailments. Can I just get clarification that will be done? I don't want to wait till a next commission meeting. It should be done immediately.
We heard you loud and clear. I think you've mentioned that in the past. The direction I've given Mr. Richards is that we are to get TSB to give us permission to give us any and all documentation. Now, it's their purview to say yes or no. And so whatever we can pass on, we'll get to the clerk and the legal team and pass it on to council. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much. This question is to RTM specifically. I want to know from you, did you feel that the system was ready to launch when you launched it?
I don't know if that's a question I can answer. I'll echo what John said earlier, and the answer is I believe so.
Okay, and I've been hearing from some of your staff that it seemed like there was pressure to launch the line early. Would you agree with that sentiment?
To be honest with you, I wouldn't. I'm not in a position to be able to answer that question.
Well, let me ask you directly. Did senior staff, did others push you to launch the line, and were you uncomfortable doing so at that time?
I was not in the role that I currently am at that time, so I was not involved as intimately as I am today. So that's one of the reasons why I can't answer the question.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, maybe John, just a refresh in terms of the process to launch the line at the time, because it's not so much that what Nicholas is saying in terms of them being pressured. They present to us, and there was a process in the project agreement that had to be followed for the train to be launched, including the independent certifier signing off before the train could go. So John, could you give just a little recap in terms of what we went through and what had to be signed off before it actually was ready to go to get substantial completion, or revenue service availability, I should say?
Absolutely. That is the key word, revenue service availability. It's prescribed in the project agreement, which is all posted out for the public to see. There are conditions that needed to be met. And we were very, very clear. We were not going to launch until the independent safety certifier signed off that it met all the requirements of it. And also I would add that we did have an Auditor General report that people may want to look at in terms of that. They went very deep into our readiness program and the go, no go strategy. There was, I think, 12 criteria that were mapped out above and beyond the PEA. There was all the drills that we did and so forth. And then there was the testing out field that some councillors have referenced right now about the 12 days of service and so forth. At the end of the day, if the safety certification was signed off by the independent safety certifier and all of the build met what's prescribed in the project agreement, the system was ours. When we launched, it was our decision in that, and you remember we had dates that kept moving and so forth. So there was the Auditor General's review, there's the project agreement requirements, there's the additional oversight that we put on, and then we had our external experts from around the world that operated many systems across North America, much more complicated than this, that sat in all of those field reviews, assessments, and also in terms of launch. So we had them embedded in our team.
I mean, clearly the proof is in the pudding, right? We launched it. We had major door issues. We had the axle issues that just recently occurred. We had the switch heater issues. We had the overhead catenary issues. We had the communication between the two trains, and now, of course, the derailments. And so, you know, I just find it ironic that we say we followed those steps, but clearly the proof is not there. We weren't ready to launch because of what we've seen. And I guess I find it ironic too around this table. We've had some councillors who've asked about fare reductions or compensation. And those are some of the same councillors who've twice now asked for increases to fares during the pandemic. So there's a lot of irony at this meeting. I would suggest that current pass holders be compensated in whole for derailments in August and September as a start, and that fares be drastically reduced or made free when the LRT launches again, both to increase ridership and as a gesture to restore faith. There is a real lack of trust. And Chair, we're trying to restore trust in the city. That's going to be very hard to do given what we've just been through. And we've had 2 derailments on the main line and 2 significant derailments in the yard. And we actually heard today there was more derailments in the yard than we knew about. Other catastrophic transit accidents during this term causing loss of life. We had a complete lack of transparency when it comes to the privatization of our public transit system, including, quite frankly, your refusal to hold an emergency meeting after the last derailment, which in my view was a dereliction of duty to our residents. We have unseen costs to people's lives in lost time, in lost business, and lost opportunity. And we're going to be seeing a new transit GM. So for the good of this city, Chair, I'm asking you, will you do your part in helping to restore faith, do the right thing, and step down as the chair of this commission?
Okay, Mr. Menard, you're going a little too far here. After the incident in August, within hours, information was communicated to all the council and the commission members. Mr. Manconi and I had a discussion. We didn't know what the root cause was. We didn't have a whole lot of information, but we agreed that we would get the information out to everybody almost on a daily basis. As soon as there was enough to put together into something that could be sent to you and put to the public, it was done. Okay.
But the public has lost faith in you, Chair. They've lost faith in you.
Mr. Menard,
and they've lost faith in this commission.
Would you mind taking a moment and hearing
No,
my
I'll hear you out.
to your question? So we put that information back out to everybody as soon as we could. When it was first asked about, let's do an emergency meeting, the decision was made, it was better to get the information out on a daily basis than to schedule a meeting down a week away and hold back all that information. Now, as you're seeing today, it's much more wholesome what we can give you, but we still can't give you the root cause. But staff have been able to answer a lot of questions for you. The commission was polled at the request of Councillor McKinney, and the commission decided against that. You held a public rally that nobody showed up for except for your own staff and your best friends. So there wasn't a huge outcry to do this. Most people appreciated the fact that Mr. Manconi and his people were communicating everything they could about this. So there's the response to your question. Do you have
Chair,
any other questions?
yes, I do, Chair.
update?
And just to mention, Chair, that this is not about you, and it's not about me, and it's not about the other councillors on this commission. Restoring faith is going to take new leadership and showing the public something different than what's been going on. And I'm asking you to do your part.
Do you have any other questions?
Part in that, Chair. Yes.
We'll move on.
The last question to you is, yes, will you step down as chair of this commission?
And the answer is no. So we'll move on. The next one up is Councillor Leeper.
Thanks, Chair. So I'm coming into this meeting today, obviously concerned and upset. One of my staff was on the train that derailed yesterday. And I know from the dozens and dozens of notes that we've seen in social media and elsewhere that people are concerned about the safety of the train. And I want to come back to probably the very first question that was asked after the presentations by Commissioner Wright-Gilbert, because I think it gets at the heart of trying to understand what we need to do to fix the parade of issues that we've seen for the last 2 years. I'm not an expert, but in my view, there's one of three things happening with any of the issues that we've had. There are the faults in the system that we don't know about that seem in some cases to have been there since we launched the system. There are faults and problems that have emerged since we launched the system that sometimes look attributable to a lack of maintenance. And then there are faults and issues with the system that are apparently due to the fundamental design of the system. And I think the question that Commissioner Wright-Gilbert asked at the beginning of this about the axles gets at the heart of some of that. I want to try to understand from Mr. Truchon the axle assembly that was on the train that failed, and the problem has since been found in other cars. That axle assembly came pre-assembled from Alstom, correct?
Correct. It comes pre-assembled from the OEM in Europe.
Do we know if it was appropriately tightened from the OEM, or if the looseness, if I can call it that, developed over the course of time since the launch of service or since the installation on those trains?
We do not, and the cause of the loose nut is what is at the root cause that we're trying to determine. So the answer to that question, at this point, we do not.
No, I think I heard you told Commissioner Wright-Gilbert that we don't know if the assembly was inspected upon delivery from the OEM.
The assembly comes pre-assembled as a unit. The assembly would have been inspected by Alstom in Europe before shipping to North America for assembly.
But you don't know today whether or not it was re-inspected when we received delivery of it.
I couldn't say I would tend to say probably not, but I couldn't say that with a great degree of certainty.
I'm actually going to share your assumption is that we wouldn't replicate the QA work that was done by Alstom. But I guess the big question that I have for you then is, why don't we know all this a month and a half later? Why do we not know who last inspected those parts and whether or not they were appropriately tightened on delivery?
Well, we know a lot. We know a lot about the process that Alstom goes through in Europe. We know that they've recently audited the OEM, but we're still not at the point where we can definitively say why that nut came loose. That we don't know yet.
And I guess
I'll just add that, Mr. Chair, a lot of these components have been sent out to labs to be analyzed. So we're still waiting for that data to come back. So this is why at this point, we're not in a position to understand what caused than not to be loose.
But shouldn't by now we know whether or not we launched the train in perfect working order? I mean, and I'll just ask to make sure that I'm perfectly clear on that. We don't know today whether that assembly was appropriately tightened when we installed it on the train.
There's no way of knowing that. You're absolutely correct.
Well, I guess had we inspected it upon delivery, we would know that.
We could not, there was no process to inspect it. It's a sealed unit. It comes assembled.
Yep. Okay. This is what is keeping me up at night, is the unknown problems that we don't know. How many similarly important assemblies go into making a train like this?
Oh, I wouldn't speculate to guess. It's a very complicated vehicle with many, many assemblies. As I think John alluded to earlier, Mr. Chair, these days, everything comes in assemblies and individual assemblies, which are now assembled together. It's very rare that we do any assembly to that level on site.
And I think the way you put it was perfect in that we don't manufacture trains, or trains aren't manufactured, they're assembled. Right. And that's cause for concern to me to know that there are multiple important assemblies that have gone into making the whole train, where we are having to rely on the QA that was done by the original equipment manufacturer, and that have not been completely inspected since we launched service. I mean, is it accurate to say that?
Alstom would have a very complex quality program with all of their suppliers. I couldn't tell you in detail what that entails, but we can certainly, that is part of the investigation and information that we'll be glad to provide to the city.
Is it possible that the assembly was delivered in perfect working order and appropriately tightened, but, and I'm not asking you to say that this is the case or not, but is it possible that something like what Commissioner Tierney pointed out, that wear and tear from the design of the rail, the design of the curves, could be leading to problems in some of these sealed assemblies that we've never looked at since launch?
That is definitely part of the investigation process.
And to my mind, that goes to what we need to try to do to fix the train. And what I'm wondering this morning is, to what extent do we need to tear these down and inspect every piece in order to ensure that residents are safe? I mean, how many more of these known unknowns are going to occur before we do a teardown?
We've done a teardown on several of the bearing units.
Of the bearing units, but you've said that there are multiple other assemblies that have gone into the fully assembled train. At what point do we need to tear it down? And this gets to the concern I have about ensuring that the transparency of the decision to put the trains back in service is fully served. I'm concerned this morning about that. Okay, I will leave that there. It's obviously just very, very concerning. I did have two other questions. I know my colleagues here are going to probably ask a lot more questions about some of the technical aspects. One of the things that was raised with me was over the course of last night, for those who require mobility assistance, who are caught on a trapped train. I know that we have processes, but can you describe what somebody in a wheelchair is supposed to do when the train is disabled and stopped? And how can we better let people know how they'll be taken care of in the event of something like this?
That's time.
Certainly, I'll ask Mr. Charter to explain that. We've simulated that many times, and there are a bunch of things that we can do, and we can also communicate it as part of this outreach. Troy, do you want to walk through that, please?
Thank you, Mr. Coney. We have a number of, as you alluded to, we have a number of processes and procedures that we have in place to deal with, train-to-train transfers or an evacuation from a train. We've actually, if you recall, one of the integrated drills and exercises that we did before launch of service was we did an evacuation situation where we involved our emergency response partners in a tunnel station. So, you know, our response plans really do vary depending on the situation at hand, whether it's, you know, whether it's in the tunnel station, whether it's on the guideway, you know, maybe if it's on the Herdman Bridge, whether it's at a station. So we look at all those factors. But part of our standard operating procedures are, you know, whenever we have an immobilized vehicle and we have to consider looking at moving passengers off that train, we'd be reaching out to our Ottawa Fire and Emergency Response partners who could help us with those transfers. What we'd ask for our customers to do is to wait on that train. And, you know, we would deploy staff to that train to be able to communicate them. So the initial communications to people on the train would come from the operator over the intercom system. And, you know, if customers have questions, there's emergency intercoms in which they can reach the operator directly. But the operator would be speaking to them. And then we would be deploying our field team to that train to assess, you know, how many customers, are there customers with mobility issues, and what do we need to do to help them get off the train? As well, at stations, we have what we call, you know, emergency carts that can actually go onto the rail. So if there's someone in a mobility device, what we could do is we could help them get them off the train and get them onto this this cart, which would roll, you know, manually push, but would roll down the track, and we could get them to the station, which we could assist them off. But the main point that we'd ask customers to do is just follow the instructions from either the operator on the train or the field staff that we would deploy to the train, and that's how we deal with the situation. But and I also mentioned just one last thing is, you know, these are things that we do frequently drill and exercise with our staff, and we do these things. You know, we have a variety of drills we do, and this is one of the ones that's in a regular rotation that we do on a weekly basis.
Okay, can we communicate that to residents out there again, just so they are comfortable getting back on our trains? Thank you. I think I'm out of time, Chair. I had one very quick question, and I don't want to go back on.
Eric, how much time does the councillor have?
He's at time.
Staff, can you get back to me as to why the gates at Tunney's Pasture are closed? And thank you very much.
Which gates, councillor?
The gates into Tunney's Pasture Station. So currently people use, I think it's the emergency exit from Tunney's to walk to the platform area. That's what I was seeing this morning, and others have reached out to me about that. If you can get back to me, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay. Eric, did I hear you say we have time, or he's out of time?
He is at time.
Okay, sorry. We'll get back to you, councillor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Leeper. Next up is Councillor Dudas, followed by Councillor Fleury.
Thank you, Chair. I cannot help but feel a sense of deja vu. I mean, the LRT is shut down right now. We're hearing detailed information about what's went wrong this time and what's going to be done to fix it. However, we've been here before so many times, whether it's door sensors or software bugs or axle bearings or derailments, and now maybe something about a sander bracket. I mean, the list just keeps going on and on. I'm really not here, and I'm not going to give you any suggestions on how to fix it, because I am 100% not an engineer. I'm exhausted by this. I'm tired. I know everyone around this table is exhausted by this. All of our riders are exhausted by this. And I have to say, I don't even know that I feel angry anymore, because that would imply that I would be surprised by yesterday's news. I wasn't surprised. And that's disappointing that we can't even feel shocked at this anymore. So I have to say, you know, I very much appreciate the work that Mr. Manconi, you and your staff are doing to address this weekend's issues. And I know that eventually it's going to be addressed. But my question is about what is the root cause of all of these many issues, not just the derailment, but all of these things. Is it that we've accepted a new model of train and we're like merely the guinea pigs and testing it out? Is it that we don't have enough trains or the correct backup systems so that when something does happen, that we have to fully shut down the entire system? Or is it, and I'm going to say it, or is it that we bought a lemon? Like, can you please answer what it is?
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Chair, I'll try to answer that with I'll give you my humble advice as to what you should be telling Mario and Nicholas today. And I do want to I know I've been accused of defending RTM in the past. That's not what I'm about to do. I'm going to tell you that we want to thank Nicholas and Mario today, because they're the ones that came in and cleaned up those 9 issues that Mr. Cadillac has talked about. So remember, the door issues, that's gone. The catenary issues, that's gone. They're working well on the track. They're almost there on that. They had a bunch of issues, regular cleaning and frequency and so forth. But my contract is with them. Our contract is with RTG. Their subcontractor is Alstom. And how I would answer your question, because you're all asking the same thing, how do we get to the bottom of this vehicle issue? And that's by telling Henri Lafarge-Poupard, who is the CEO of Alstom, to get every and any resource that is required into Ottawa now, the best of the best, and figure it out. Because it's not fair on councillors to have to get into where bearings sealed properly, where they all that. And I'll tell you this, I'm not trashing Alstom, quite the opposite. They build some of the best vehicles across North America. Go look at their portfolios. They build high-speed trains. They build, and I've been on them. They've got contracts around the world. They have the best of the best. I will tell you a story. I called Henri personally the night of the first derailment, and I said, "Get in your jet and come to Ottawa and bring an army of people." We're still waiting for some of those people. My advice to you today is tell Nicholas and Mario to tell the CEO of Alstom to send in an army of people so you don't have to sit there and wonder what's wrong with the bearings. You don't have to, as Councillor Leeper say, not sleep well at night. That's what we need. And they have them. And on safety, Alstom has some of the best safety protocols in the industry. They have some of the best technicians, and they control a large segment of the market. They've just merged with Bombardier. They have some of the best maintenance people in the industry. How do we know that? They're in Ottawa. They did step up in that area. We need more. We need to see so many Alstom people here in Ottawa figuring this out so you don't have to figure this out or worry. Because what happens with every vehicle, and yes, we've had more than average, the first couple of years of a vehicle, the performance, if you plot it on a curve, starts off rough and improves dramatically. We need to see that improvement go where typical curve matches, irrespective of whether the vehicle is first of its kind or not. All the components on this vehicle have been used around the world, with the exception of a few. It's not that they can't do it. They have to send resources. They have to stop talking about legalities in their boardroom and about who pays and so forth. They have to send an army of people in. Enough is enough in Ottawa. Fix the vehicle and get it consistently reliable like it has been for over a year. That's how I would answer your question. Because Henri Poupard's response to me was, we remain committed to the City of Ottawa. Well, we need more than that. They need to spend and send resources over to fix this so you don't need to worry about it. We don't need to worry about it. And that train shows up reliably. This will be a great system. That vehicle, you can't get rid of that. Well, you can do whatever you like, but you can't get rid of the vehicle and just go buy another one off the shelf and put it on there. It's much more complicated than that. Everything is fixable with the right people and the talent. And Alstom has the talent. They have the people. They have to have the willingness, and they have to put the lawyers where they need to be and get the people that know how to operate systems, get the best of the best into Ottawa. Sorry for the long-winded answer, Councillor. That's my advice to your question.
No, I appreciate that. And I appreciate the candor, because we're all fed up, and it's not, as you said, but even I agree. I'm not an engineer. I could care less what makes an axle work or not. That's not what I'm here to do. And as a transit rider, when something bad happens, that's not what I care about. I just care about the fact that now, coming from the East End, I've just added to my commute, or that I'm riding R1, which is going to take forever and is packed. So, I appreciate that. And I think that all of us here listening to this, maybe we can take it offline, work with the chair and work with the mayor, and really put pressure to get them to bring their resources, that army, as you said, Mr. Manconi. But I guess the other thing is, aside from that, and we have demanded action from them before, and as you said, we need to be more forceful. But aside from that, in addition to that, what questions, I'm hearing all these questions every time I listen in on commission, every time we're in FEDCO or any of, through the media or social media, we're always asking these questions. What question has myself, my colleagues, Transit Commission, FEDCO, Council, whomever, what questions are we not asking that need to be asked to get to real solutions? Like, I go back again, you know, derailments happen, things happen. But I've been on many transit systems around the world. I've lived in Toronto for a bit, and stuff happens. Trains go off, subway system goes down, they pull it off, and you keep going. Like, where is it? Where do we need to focus to get not just a fix, but that backup plan so we can keep the system functioning? Because R1 is not a solution. That is not a permanent solution by any means.
Again, my advice to you is that there's only one comment you should be passing on to Nicholas and to Mario is the project agreement is very clear. You bought capacity and reliability. And when that is not achieved, they don't get paid. They get penalized very heavily financially. We're now into reputational risk. We're now into lack of confidence on safety and security. And the direct statement to Mr. Truchon, Mr. Guerrera, and all their CEO boards is, this is not what we bought. We're not here to fix trains. We bought capacity and service levels. That's why on their penalties, if they don't make morning rush hour, they get penalized very heavy. Same in the afternoon rush hour. If we wanted to go out and build our own system from scratch and build an army of people that know how to fix trains and run bearings and so forth, you would have done that. You didn't choose to do that. That's not what we bought. We bought service and frequency and reliability. And that's what we need to ask for and continually ask for that. How they do it, it's their business.
Okay.
The outcome that you bought.
Yeah. The quality that we're paying for, right? That we will be when they finally deliver on the service. I noticed that Chair Hubley has his camera off, and I do not mean to put him on the spot if he's not available. But if I could ask then that as a next step.
Councillor, he has stepped away. I am chairing the meeting.
So Vice Chair Cloutier then what I would say is maybe I can direct staff to work with the Vice Chair, the Chair, the Mayor, and anyone around the table here to draft that direction, that letter, that demand, so that we can see results. Because I think that we need to follow up on your recommendation, Mr. Manconi, and I would like to see that happen.
I can tell you that the mayor and the chair have already asked for that. We will be meeting with them, and it will be a very direct meeting.
Okay, well, let's do it again then. So I'm happy to take it offline, but I think that once again, you gave good advice on this, and I'm happy to put pressure on. And if we have to write 2 letters, if we have to make 20 phone calls, if we have to sit around boardroom tables and virtually talk to them or get them on their jet, they need to see how this system is not functioning. It's not delivering on what we expect, and they need to deliver. And for us, for the residents, and for the users of OC Transpo. So that's it for me. I'm just done. I'm just beyond frustrated. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Commissioner Wright-Gilbert, Councillor Tierney, I see you on the list, but before we go to the second wave, we'll get through the first, some councillors who have not asked questions. And so, Conseillère Kitts, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thanks to my colleagues who have already asked a lot of great questions today. Mr. Manconi, I really appreciated your comments just now in response to Councillor Dudas. I do hope Mr. Poupard is listening. I would use more forceful language if allowed. But building off some of the questions already asked today, we heard that their maintenance checks are done based on kilometers traveled, I think. Given the significant issues our machinery has had, have you considered reducing the number of kilometers required before needing to be checked?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think I'll let Mr. Truchon respond to that because he's done some adjustments on inspection frequencies.
Thank you. It's Mario, John. Yes, we have adjusted the cycles depending on the need. For example, the current inspection cycle for the tolerance on the bearings is about 1/4 of what our normal inspection cycle is. So we have made adjustments as a result of the recent incidents.
Okay, and will those adjustments stay in place going forward, or are they in place for, a
The
certain amount of
adjustments
time?
will stay in place until the root cause and a permanent fix is in place.
Okay. Okay, I mean, I think perhaps since new problems keep popping up, we might need to look beyond just this particular issue and consider having sort of more frequent checks in place until perhaps, we have a certain amount of time that's gone by before we have another incident. But anyways, given that we are seeing overcrowding on R1 service today, can we deploy added resources to enforce masking while we run the service?
Yes, Councillor, it's a great question. We're talking about that this afternoon in my daily meeting with my team. Mr. Greer is ramping that up. We've got supervisors and special constables. We need to be enforcing that. And if you get any feedback on particular trips, please pass that on to our call center. We'll deploy.
Okay, that's good to know. I have heard, but I'll get more details. My colleague asked this question with respect to the Trillium line and got an answer, but for the east extension, what specifically is being done differently to ensure that we do not run into the same mechanical issues in stage 2 that we've seen?
I'll let Michael respond to that. Michael, can you comment on that, please?
Yes, I can comment on that. So obviously the trains, we're launching the stage 2 trains into service. Right now we've got 5 of those trains trying to essentially work out the bugs now. So on the train side, we are, especially with these 2 recent incidents, we are quite reliant on RTG and their subcontractor Alstom to come up with a number of fixes to prove out and make sure the vehicle is reliable before we go into service on that extension in a few years. So that's on the vehicle side. On the infrastructure side, the changes are very clear. We're going to the gas switch heaters. We're going to a different track neutral temperature, which should improve the performance of the track structure itself during hot temperatures. We're going to an overhead catenary system that is more resistant to salt and corrosion from highway chemicals. So those are kind of the quick wins, I would say, on the infrastructure side. And so those are going to definitely bring a huge benefit to the reliability. One of the kind of pieces that we've been working on out of this process, both the default that occurred last year and kind of the current issues of noise and vibration that we've seen on the track to date, is to get an updated wheel rail profile or wheel rail interface study done. I know RTM is advancing one and we're advancing one independently. Because that really informs what's the profile of the wheel, what's the profile of the track, and what's the stability of the train on the track to kind of keep it in place, especially at those higher speeds. We obviously don't have that experience at the higher speeds, and so we need that information. So there's a number of things that we've done on the infrastructure side, and then we're taking everything that we're learning about the vehicle, especially out of these last few incidents, and putting that into the next revision of the vehicle, such that when we get to 2024 for the East, all of those changes are implemented. There's a big risk to that project, because it's being built by someone else. In terms of when we go to start the testing commissioning, we need reliable vehicles for that testing period. We don't want to be using vehicles that are unreliable or causing us problems, because that will just slow down that project. And so everything we're doing now and everything we're doing through the design of the infrastructure is being done to kind of capture the lessons and make sure that we don't run into the same issues in the future.
And what is going to be the testing period for these extension lines?
I'd have to go back and look at the schedule to see the kind of the precise durations in the process. So it's a very different process than we would have had in stage 1, because we've got a transition between, trains will be operating on the revenue system and then operating on a non-revenue systems. And so there's a very dynamic process there that we need to kind of monitor. That's so the interim period and the testing that's done while we do kind of advance of trial running, we're still working through that, but there is a significant portion of time allocated in the project schedule for that work. And then at the tail end of the project actually gets handed over to the city. And then we begin, so they achieve substantial completion, and then we do a 3-week trial running period on the system. That's essentially to validate the handover from east-west connectors. They hand the system over to Rideau Transit Group. Rideau Transit Group has to accept it. The city has to accept that the reliability has been there. But we have expanded the trial running period, and we are, again, starting from a different point in time with the vehicles and it's 3 years from now, so we'll have a lot more experience with those vehicles and have very qualified operators, very qualified controllers. So a bit of a different starting point.
Okay, so it'll be longer, and just so I'm clear, there won't be those 3 weeks. There won't be passengers. You're just going to test them. You're just going to let them run.
Correct. Yeah, we'll call it ghost running, where we're running for 3 weeks. They need to prove the performance. Once that's proven, once RTG accepts it, the handover, then it would be handover to rail operations. And then at that point, rail operations in conjunction with their partners in service planning and bus operations would need to make a choice about, when do they put it in a service? Do they again do a parallel bus service like we did in stage 1? What is that transition to actual service with passengers going out to the east?
Okay, and if there's issues identified in those 3 weeks, will the 3 weeks be extended from that point that you identify an issue? Okay. Okay. Finally, I'm not a member of the commission, but looking forward, should another incident of this magnitude happen when service resumes, I do think it is necessary to have an opportunity to receive clarity and ask questions in this kind of forum. I think we've seen today, we all learn and bit from having a discussion, and our residents do come to us for answers. So that's it for me, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Much appreciated. Next up is Councillor Meehan.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to you, Chair, and to Mr. Manconi for answering our questions. I'd just like to explore a little bit the original equipment manufacturer. We said that the axle unit was manufactured by Alstom. Does Alstom in fact manufacture, or do they contract out that job?
The axle, the bearing assembly and the axle unit are not manufactured by Alstom. It's a different supplier.
Can you tell me who that supplier is?
I believe it's Texelis.
And out of where?
France.
So actually manufactured in France?
Yes.
Not offshore by any chance?
No, I believe it is in France.
Okay. Now, is the unit one of several units they manufacture, or is I'm just wondering if there's quality standards, like if they manufacture several different units, maybe where would our unit be ranked if they do have several different units that they build?
My understanding is the supplier supplies similar type units all over the world, so they're quite a large supplier of units of this type.
And was this unit manufactured specifically for Ottawa?
No, it's been used elsewhere.
Can you tell us where?
I believe it's been used in Paris, the cars in Paris, and maybe Istanbul, but I could get that information for the city. Don't quote me on that. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, so when you say like when we understand that units and from our discussions today, there are so many different assembled units that we purchase from different suppliers. Our understanding is that the company on the contract is the company who manufactures, but that's not necessarily the truth. That's not necessarily the conclusion that we should be drawing. They could be like Alstom contracts out to a Paris company. Maybe the catenary system is supplied or manufactured elsewhere besides where we thought it was coming from. I'm just saying, our understanding of where it's manufactured is a little bit different maybe than what it initially was.
It's a hard question for me to answer. I would have to get Alstom to speak to that.
Okay, so the unit that is on our trains right now, the package unit that came was also supplied to Paris. Okay, that's good to know. That's good to know. Okay. Just a second, I'm looking at my notes here. The timetable for the Trillium line. I know that Mr. Manconi said don't rush completion dates. Don't put pressure on anyone to, the system is done when it's done. But I know that we are delayed. I don't even feel comfortable using that word, but do we have a better idea now of where or what we will be looking at in terms of timelines? I'm just talking about a year. Even to pinpoint a year at this point would be helpful.
Mr. Chair, through you to the councillor, we've committed to providing a full update on the schedule at, I believe it's December FEDCO. So we're currently doing a detailed analysis with the Trillium Line team to understand what are the risk factors and what are the likely outcomes for the project schedule.
Okay, so it'll be December. Okay. They were just trying to plan town centers and housing developments around what's coming out to Riverside South. So you can understand why we have an interest in that. In terms of the derailment yesterday and what it's done with our R1 service, I'm just wondering, looking back, we had concerns about having a transfer point for a lot of people who came from the south end of the city and thinking that it's going to complicate their transit ride. And we were sure that it really wouldn't be that way. But is there any talks about, disconnecting, like having people get to their destinations now without having to transfer to the trains? Because a lot of the riders out here, their transit ride in is longer, more arduous, and now it's really disruptive. Have we had any discussions at all about that? It's just getting people where they used to go without, avoiding the trains.
Chair, I think Mr. Manconi stepped away for a second. I'm not sure if Pat is available to answer that question.
I know that we're getting questions like, why can't we just go back to the old system? I used to be able to get to my place of employment on one bus.
I can say, Mr. Chair, a couple of things about that. The staff are following the transportation master plan that's been adopted by by council, which called for the replacement of the transitway between Blair and Tenny's Pasture, and now further than that with the train system. And that's the project that we've been working on for this last 10 years or so. There wasn't at that time provision in the transportation master plan to build the railway parallel to the transitway. The railway was assigned to us to replace the transitway.
That's cold comfort for people who are, their lives have been upended for 2 years now. Do you think it's time that we start thinking about making it a little bit easier for folks? And I would also suggest at this point, I would like to support Councillor Menard in his call for either reduced fares or compensation for the hardship that our riders have been going through. I don't think that we should be raising our fares this year, particularly because of everything that we're going through. So I have concerns about a system that isn't very reliable and the disruption to people's lives. And I think that because we are so far our revenues are off so far anyway, actually giving our transit riders a break now, I think is almost inconsequential and would be actually the right thing to do. So I would like to have a discussion later on, I guess, offline about getting people to their destinations quicker without having to rely on the train and R1 replacement service downtown. At least restore the service that they had. So, but I will leave it at this point because I don't think we'll get a confirmation of that today, but thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Meehan. Next up is Councillor Fleury, followed by Councillor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, colleagues and John and team for the answers I've been following. John, j'ai une question pour toi au sujet. Là, on retourne cette semaine, je pense que c'était le 14, on est arrivé à la deuxième année. Est-ce qu'il y a quelque chose comme élu, comme conseil qu'on aurait pu faire il y a 2 ans avant l'ouverture qui nous aurait mis dans une position différente aujourd'hui ou ces dernières semaines? Je pense que c'est important pour nous comme élus de faire un petit peu une réflexion parce que là, non seulement est-ce qu'on a un problème actuel que tu connais bien puis que tu te décris tout le matin, là, mais on a aussi toute la pression de la deuxième phase qui pose beaucoup de questions justement je sais que certains parlent d'ouverture, tout ça, mais est-ce qu'il y a des éléments dans le processus d'ouverture que l'on aurait pu mettre en place qui nous aurait mis dans une situation différente aujourd'hui?
Merci, conseiller Fleury. C'est une bonne question. C'est tellement important parce que c'est un point de réflexion avec le P3. So it's a very good question, Councillor. Reflecting back on the P3, which I think we've lost sight. It's over a decade ago that this P3 was done for LRT, and it was the first of its kind in Canada. And the whole P3, and I'm not here to suggest P3s are the way to go or not. I'm just commenting on your question because I really appreciate it. It's a reflection moment of, when you're in a certain situation, what could you have done differently? I'll tell you what I've been telling the industry, and I'll tell you where the industry, I believe, is going, is that forgetting about what type of contract you go with, risk transfer, which is a term that's used very, very often on whether it's this or the alliance model or the modified alliance model, is there's two things that in retrospect, nobody could have predicted. And to your point, no, I don't think council could have done anything differently other than, keep doing what you're doing. But vehicle risk transfer to the private sector when they're building and testing and commissioning. Generally speaking, the expertise for that lies with agencies and not with builders of infrastructure. And so where the industry is going is bidders that are bidding on jobs, and if they have to supply the vehicle and own the risk of the vehicle, they're out. That's what's happened in your Canadian partners. They had to re-tender the Edmonton contract. The bidders said, we're not taking on the vehicle risk, and the testing and commissioning, which goes hand in hand. So, we've done a bit of a different strategy on this next phase, and in particular in Trillium, I give credit to Michael and myself, where we pushed for getting a vehicle built overseas and get shipped over. Generally, when it's built in its home factory, there's better QA/QC and there's more reliability and so forth. So it's easy to look back and say we could have maybe done that differently. But in terms of equipment manufacturers, whether it's Alstom or Siemens, they generally like to deal with clients rather than going through a series of subcontractors. That's not criticism what you did or what we didn't do or what we could have done, should have done. It's an evolution of the process. Hence the reason we did things differently in stage 2 with vehicle and testing and commissioning, which you've heard Michael on. And then also, and again, I'm going to point to Ms. Canelo. She asked me some really tough questions the other day about, picking dates. And to think that someone can pick an opening date on a $5 billion construction project when most people can't even get a confirmed date on a home renovation or a builder with a house. This obsession with picking a date, if someone comes in after me and gives you a guaranteed date, good on them. We can't do that. So it's reflection moments. When things go as challenging as they are right now, I think we're seeing a lot of people coming out saying could have, should have, and all that. I know the instant reaction is to react to that. I think pausing and saying, yeah, there's no way you could have known that if it is a bracket coming off, that it couldn't have picked up on that. I will say this, the manufacturing of vehicles, that could be a day on its own in terms of explaining how all those pieces come together from around the world and build a vehicle. Gone are the days where you pick a vehicle out of a catalog and it's the same vehicle that you used in New York City and so forth. Everything is custom built according to the outcome specifications of clients. That's again the evolution of the industry. And then you add in layer of complexity on safety, CBTC systems, passenger information. Those that launched railroads in the 70s and 80s, customer expectation wasn't that you could tell me when the next train arrived. That's fairly new technology. Camera installations, all that complicated features. So that's my thoughts on it, Councillor. I don't know if that answers your question, but in terms of oversight and governance, you've had auditor generals go through that. They've given you a recommendation. You asked for the independent review, or councillors asked for the independent review of the P3 contract and what you could do differently. That had some good recommendations, but it generally said, things were followed, and it's an evolution.
Yeah, I guess, I appreciate the full context here. I guess I'm left with the idea. I remember at the time it was super exciting of having a date and pushing through that date. And if you recall, there was a number of residents and media coverage that was highlighting to us that the completion of the program in terms of testing wasn't fully complied with in many respects. So do you feel that a lot of these or some of these elements would have been raised through that period?
I say with a high degree of confidence, you would not have been able to predict the things that we've experienced through the testing and commissioning regime. Mr. Morgan's done this before in other parts of the world, Australia, JFK Airport, and we had international experts. We had about 400 years of rail expertise in the room talking about TNC. Even door jams, I pointed to some of my colleagues in the South that are experiencing door jams, cracked rail, all those things. You can't anticipate those things. I think it goes back to what Councillor Kavanaugh spoke about and Mr. Morgan answered. What's the construct of the integrated system overview and things like that based on best practices? But nobody in the testing and commissioning would have predicted what you've seen in these last two runs. Those sealed bearings, Mario has explained it. It's just a sealed bearing. You can't. It's not like you can see it and you can do that. Now, maintenance checks, were they being properly maintained? Those are things that you can look at, and that's some of the things they look at immediately.
Okay. In terms of there's recent discussions relating to kind of the folks that have envisioned the engineering around this work, raising additional concerns on vibrations. Specifically, when you're out of the tunnel, there seems to be a lot more, like the tunnel when you come off of U Ottawa has that continuous turn. And the vibrations are quite minimal, which I have no engineering background, but I guess the structure provides some movement or some buffer to that vibration. When you're in open, there's a lot of vibration. You hear it when you're on the multi-use pathway. You feel it when you're on the ride. I know you've talked to us in the past relating to some of the oil that you can use on the rail. I know Michael Morgan was going back to the temperature of the rail and some of the measures. Is it possible that we're at risk? There's been short-term pressure that we're all feeling, but is there a possibility that this risk continues by vibration, which then have impact on the vehicle, on the rail, on some of the things we've seen fail?
So the rail was an issue, and that's part of the 9 items that we briefed you on in camera. And there was a lot of work that Mr. Truchon did with his team, both on compaction and adjustments to the track and so forth. They will need to stay on top of that rail system. Vibrations do affect vehicles. The S-curve at Herdman, which, avoid S-curves is my parting device. I always talk about Woodruff Avenue. I know everybody wants to talk about going around that property. Don't do that, because S-curves are tough. They're tough in Boston. They're tough in New York City. Vibrations do contribute to things. And that's why the rail needs to be maintained. Things have improved significantly across the track, but there's still more work to be done. And that'll be part of the briefing that we're going to give you, because it connects up with exactly what you're talking about.
Okay. Puis-je avoir peut-être un commentaire de M. Truchon à cet égard? Je sais que vous venez quand même depuis plusieurs mois, puis vous essayez de résoudre les problèmes, là, mais au niveau de l'ingénierie du système, puis de l'impact sur les véhicules, puis du risque sur la viabilité du réseau, est-ce que votre équipe a signalé quelque chose à la ville face au corridor comme tel qui est de note là, au niveau de la capacité, la fiabilité du réseau dans son état actuel, mais aussi pour l'avenir?
Écoutez, excellente question. On a accusé réception des recommandations qui sont issues du plan de remédiation. On a pris action sur les différents éléments et ça a été un peu le focus de M. Guerra et de moi-même au cours de la dernière année. Donc, on a passé beaucoup de temps sur les éléments d'infrastructure, mais aussi sur le véhicule. Donc, au fur et à mesure qu'on progresse dans l'analyse des problèmes, on a été en mesure de les adresser, de les traiter. Écoutez, on est d'accord qu'on a probablement eu plus de problèmes que la normale en termes de projet. Certainement plus que ce qui était anticipé dès le départ, mais tout au long de la dernière année, on les a traités. C'est sûr que ça laisse un leg en termes d'historique sur des enjeux de porte. Ça fait longtemps qu'on n'a pas entendu parler de porte. Ça fait longtemps qu'on n'a pas entendu parler de OCS ou de caténaire. Mais écoutez, on continue de travailler avec notre sous-traitant Alstom pour régler les problèmes de véhicules.
Puis de votre côté, au niveau, moi je ne suis pas expert dans la matière, mais à un moment donné, quand on a un produit, moi je pense que j'ai un petit peu plus de connaissances au niveau des bâtiments. Là. si les sous-contracteurs, ça va pas bien, puis ça, à un moment donné, s'il y a un enjeu de brique, ben, c'est le gars qui a mis la brique, puis ça retourne à celui qui a créé la brique. À un moment donné, si le véhicule continue à amener de problèmes, à quel moment est-ce qu'on le retourne, puis on dit, écoute, ça marche pas ton affaire là, sur ces véhicules-là. Ça fonctionne comment de votre perspective?
Ben, écoutez, c'est sûr que le véhicule nécessite des modifications pour traiter des problèmes qu'on a. Sur ce point-là, on a la pleine et entière collaboration d'Alstom et de tous les niveaux de l'équipe de gestion d'Alstom pour régler les enjeux auxquels on fait face présentement. Donc, de ce côté-là, on réagit au fur et à mesure des enjeux qui sont en place, mais il faut également rester en cours au niveau du programme d'entretien préventif correctif. Donc, c'est de balancer ces éléments-là à court terme qui sont l'objectif.
Parmi vos partenaires, quand il y a une situation comme celle qui est arrivée en début août, puis celle qui est arrivée cette fin de semaine, c'est quoi j'aimerais ça comprendre vos points de tension là, de votre côté. Vous autres, au niveau des élus, vous le sentez, au niveau de la gestion chez OC Transport, vous le sentez, les médias, le public, mais au niveau de l'entente, comme, tu sais, moi, je vois Alstom comme un groupe coupable dans tout ça. Là. Je veux dire, il n'y a pas d'usage à Alstom. M. Manconi nous dit, hey, c'est le PDG qui doit envoyer une armée. De votre côté, comment vous percevez ces enjeux-là? Là? Je veux dire, à un moment donné, on est humain dans tout ça. Puis, pour vous, il y a des facteurs de revenus qui sont et réputationnels et financiers.
1 seconde.
Écoutez, je vais donner une réponse très courte. Chez RTG et RTM, on n'est pas des experts de véhicules. C'est pour ça qu'on a souscrit notre contrat avec Alstom pour qu'ils nous appuient tout au long des 30 ans au niveau de l'entretien. On a la pleine et entière confiance sur leur capacité à résoudre les enjeux auxquels ils font face présentement. Et sur ce point-là, on est très confiant qu'ils déploient les ressources non seulement à Ottawa, mais également partout dans le monde de leur centre d'expertise pour nous aider à passer à travers des enjeux auxquels on fait face présentement.
J'aurais plein de questions comme vous imaginez. Mr. Chair, I do have a number of questions, but I know it's been a busy morning and I respect many questions were asked. We have to get to the bottom of this, and certainly residents of Ottawa have paid for a service and should be should be able to ride the train safely and with trust.
Thank you, Councillor Fleury. Next up is Councillor King, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I have a technical question that stems a bit from the fact that we're not technical people, but which builds upon my colleagues' questions and observations. And what I've seen is that most railway axle maintenance is based on scheduled preventative maintenance. But we've heard, and especially based on some of the observations of Councillor Leeper, I'm thinking of, we've heard that there are challenges around this due to sealed assemblies and the potential of unknown deficiencies in the fundamental design of the system. So notwithstanding these issues and the fact that we haven't identified root causes, can either staff or RTG speak to condition monitoring technologies or sensor technologies that are in place or could ideally be put in place to monitor axles on the trains? So I'm just talking about the effectiveness and the efficiency or maybe the efficacy of tools such as defect detectors, hot boxes. Can any of these sensor tools aid in predictability? Since we're hearing from staff the challenge around predictability.
Great question, Councillor. Mr. Truchon is actually working on some of those technologies. I'll ask Nicholas to comment.
I'll comment.
Mr. Guerrero, sorry.
Yes, so as part of the investigation into the bearing incident, we are looking at the hot boxes. Is not something that's typically used in the LRT. It's more in the freight heavy rail industry. But as the technologies improve, we have the ability to maybe put it in use here. So we are looking at that as a possibility for the future to help us sense if the bearings are overheating or whatnot. I think it was alluded to earlier. So we are monitoring the vehicles for spin slides. So we would look to that as well. So I think there are some things that can be done that we are looking at as part of the investigation process and the way forward.
And ultimately, if we are utilizing these technologies or looking at these technologies, number one, are we going back to Alstrom to say, if you have assemblies that we can't access and we can't effectively do maintenance on, will you provide sensor mechanisms to determine whether the solid state of these parts are good?
Yeah, I think that's part of our investigation process. And I don't want to, I think maybe there's a misconception. These units, there are checks in places where the units aren't necessarily opened up, but there are checks in places to ensure that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing by measuring tolerances and whatnot. So it's not like there's nothing that's being checked on these units.
Okay, I appreciate that. The other question that I have is, do we feel then that we are aiming to exceed standards? So I'm just wondering if you could speak to the regulatory standards that we have to get to, and whether the implementation of these technologies would exceed the parameters of regulatory necessity around these sensor technologies. Because I think that if we can add anything that is predictive, obviously that will be better. We will ensure or move towards towards ensuring that we're getting away from these types of system outages.
That's something that we're consistently looking at, and with the TSB as well.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. In my opinion, from listening to what has been said today and listening to the comments of my colleagues, I really believe that while the city has bought the system on the basis of service, frequency, and reliability based upon this P3 risk transfer model, the unacceptable result is not having sufficient recourse to address the technical challenges that result in system disruption, failure, and ultimately reputational damage. So based upon the challenges we've heard here today, I would hope my colleagues would support Commissioner McKinney's motion for further technical expertise to be brought in to bear on all the combined issues confronting the transit system. And I also believe we should be supporting reduced fares for our city's beleaguered commuters based on all these service failures. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Okay, next up is Commissioner Wright-Gilbert, followed by Councillor Tierney, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my first question is, who is the incident commander, i.e. who owns the scene for yesterday's derailment scene?
TSB is in charge of the scene.
Currently, okay. And will they at some point hand that scene over once they release the, because I know that nobody's allowed to touch anything right now, but will they eventually hand that over to someone?
They will, my understanding, and maybe Brandon can expand, they want to be present during all phases of the retrieval process and the investigation, as far as I know. Brandon, I don't know if you can elaborate on that.
Yeah, yes, that's correct. So the TSB is going to be on site as they attempt to re-rail the train and to observe its movements on the way back to gather information. It's part of their assessment, not necessarily the investigation, but the assessment to determine what they do with their next steps. And then they will hand the scene back to OC Transpo.
Okay. So it's being reported by Graham Richardson at CTV that an Alstom worker threatened to call police on a CTV Ottawa journalist who was standing on public property near the derailment site. Does RTG have any comment on the behavior of its subcontractor, Alstom?
I don't know anything about that, so it's hard for me to comment on it.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that should this have occurred, it's alleged to have occurred, though if Graham Richardson is tweeting about it, I'm going to believe it. Should this have occurred, it would not be appropriate for an Alstom worker to be threatening anybody with police action when they are standing on public property. Would you agree with that statement?
I would say that makes sense, yes.
Okay. Hopefully RTG does have a statement once they've reviewed the information. I look forward to reading it. So an independent safety officer is going to review the RTG service plan, or that is the current, I think, plan that's being proposed. What oversight is there going to be to ensure that this service plan is actually going to be enacted in full? Who has oversight over RTG, RTM, and their actions with respect to this service plan?
Mr. Charter would oversee the operational aspects, and Mr. Richards would oversee the safety elements.
So OC Transpo has oversight over making sure that RTG does, or RTM, or whatever we're calling them, does exactly what they say they're going to do.
That is correct.
Okay, that gives me some comfort. Just a couple of comments. I think we're all seeing, as a result of the questions during this meeting, as a result of the answers or lack thereof from RTM, RTG, I think we're all seeing the ramifications, the consequences of a P3 contract. I think we are seeing, there's no accountability. In previous meetings, Mr. Manconi, and in good faith, and this is not against you, Mr. Manconi, this is just fact, you were telling us to tell RTM to get their act together. And then now you're asking us to go shout out to Alstom and tell them to get their act together and come see us and solve our problems. There's no accountability here. There's no central accountability. And this is a direct result of a P3 where the risk is spread out amongst a whole bunch of people. I mean, I'm not a city councillor. I don't know a whole ton about city politics, but in my view, I don't think that city councillors or transit commissioners should have to be connecting with CEOs who apparently have private jets to get them to come and solve our problems. And this is the problem with this P3, is that there's a lack of transparency and there's a lack of accountability. And I think we're going to continue to see these problems. And I have absolutely zero confidence in RTM and in RTG to manage this system. And in my view, I think that contract should be canceled. I also agree that our customers deserve some sort of recognition of the fact that they have been put through hell for, to be honest, 2 years. We had some good service in some parts of it, but not all of it. And so I would absolutely support any motion with respect to lower transit fares. My final question is the question I ask at every single Transit Commission meeting. It's about the odors in the tunnels. So on August 23rd, we received a memo that stated that the odor at the Rideau station was determined to be infiltration of groundwater. However, has there been a root cause identified for the odor of, let's put it politely, feces at Parliament Station?
Mr. Chair, as I said, there has been identification of the groundwater at Rideau Station, but at Parliament Station, no, there's not a root cause that's been associated with that yet. It is believed that as we continue to do more injection grouting to seal some of the water seepage, that the smells may dissipate. Staff have noted that they've been out quite a bit. They're out every day. I've been going out twice a week. Haven't noticed a reoccurrence of it. Not to say that it won't come back, but so no definite root cause. But we do believe, anecdotally at least, that the issue seems to be reducing in frequency and as well as in degree of smell, put it that way. And then they continue to do the injection grouting, which is one of the reasons why you do see some chipping of the paint. When they do that injection grouting, it's a wet material that needs to cure, needs to dry. Obviously, that needs to happen before the paint can adhere to it. So, but as they see more of these locations, as we continue to close off those areas where there's some minor water seepage, anticipate that it'll continue to improve. But we need to see how it's not an exact science in that regard. But that's what the belief is right now.
1 minute.
I will say this, that I have had people contacting me nearly daily talking about the odors at Parliament Station. So while others may not necessarily smell it or not smell it as bad, the public's still reaching out. It's a public confidence thing. It's also really disgusting, let's be honest. I have two final questions. Number one, what is causing the water infiltration in our tunnel system?
Chair, as I've mentioned before, every single tunnel in the world leaks when you go underneath a river or a water table. Our station is very watertight. I had, again, the head of the New York City entire transportation system, and he's built tunnels. He was in charge of the 2nd Avenue extension. He was very impressed with our tunnel and how dry it is. Many of you were down there for the tour, even before service started to run. And for water infiltration, as all tunnels do, we have a pump system in there. We have a SCADA system on there. You are going below underneath the Rideau Canal. And so you will have water, and there are other cities that have a higher degree of water. We're very fortunate so far. There is no major water infiltration. So when you went through the tour and you saw that yellow barrier, that's all for waterproofing, and then the injection grouting goes on in perpetuity. You're always adjusting tunnels because you don't want significant amounts going in, but there will be periods where there's water in the tunnel.
Okay, thank you. One final comment, just to address Chair Hubley's comments with respect to the rally that was held with calling for an emergency transit commission meeting. I was at that rally. I actually drove 4 hours round trip to be at that rally. The comments with respect to there was no one there, incorrect, and they weren't all just friends of councillors or staffers. I can attest to that since I was there, and Chair Hubley, I think you should probably apologize for your comments directed at Councillor Menard with respect to that issue.
You're right, Commissioner Wright-Gilbert, in that there was more than councillors. Yourself as a commissioner was there. There was also a lot of council member staff. Like I saw the pictures firsthand to see who all was there. But you're right, there was also members of the public, so I shouldn't have said there wasn't any there. So I give you that point. You're correct.
Are you going to apologize for that comment then, Mr. Chair?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I can apologize for that comment. I also need to speak to Councillor Menard about his questions about RTG being present today. I can tell the whole commission at the start of the meeting, I didn't know that both RTG and RTM were going to be here to answer questions. We had made the request. I personally didn't have a confirmation that both were going to be here. So that's why I couldn't answer his question directly on that.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. And on that point, and I don't know how we would officially do this, but I think that it would be an excellent idea if, as we are seeing, we have more issues. I mean, we're a second derailment, and let's be honest, that's a bit scary. I think that RTG and RTM should be attending these meetings regularly until we have these issues resolved. I think that it is unfair to city staff to have to speak on behalf of RTG and their subcontractors. I think RTG and RTM, since we pay them so much money every single month, can put aside some time one Wednesday a month and come answer our questions. And so I don't know how we formally do that, if it has to be a motion or if it can just be a simple polling of the commission. But I would like to put that forward as an idea. And I don't know if I have any support. I haven't run it by anybody, but I thought I'd put that out there into the ether.
I'm going to take a wild guess here, Commissioner, and think that you probably have the support of the whole commission for that idea. So we will discuss that with RTG, RTM afterwards and see if we can't make arrangements for them to participate or at least attend, if not always participate in the next few meetings as we work through finding the root causes of what these problems are. So I don't think we need a motion for that. I think we'll just go ahead and try and do that. And whatever the response is that we get from Nicholas and Mario, we'll make sure that the whole commission sees it right away.
And I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. And I would be happy to send some of my questions to RTG, RTM ahead of time so that they actually are able to provide some answers to our many questions. Thank you, Mr.
Great. Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Next up is Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll keep it brief. I think a lot of questions have been answered. I just have a couple of quick ones. And we talked about the fact we're the only one that falls under federal regulation. I guess I'm thinking of the tram from Quebec. Hopefully they don't get their bugs worked out before we do and have it in place. But I guess John will be the second service that will be federally regulated in the future. So I just wanted to say the stations at Blair Station, there was talk, and I know with COVID, things get delayed a little bit, but of course, adding the new elevator system, adding a new escalator system, spacing out the platforms, Where are we on that? Because there will be a day where we will come back and let's take advantage of these late volumes now and try to get those platforms, widened, all the things that we planned on doing. Is that still on track, John?
Yes, it's rolling, and I've asked Pat to get us an update to council. We're going to give you a comprehensive update on all those elements, so you know where they are, and we'll send that to you in the coming days.
That's terrific. Okay, I'm very happy to hear that. And the next thing is, I just want to thank you, John. I feel like we're all learning on the fly, and even though we're building on the fly, but I just want to say, I've been on Transit Commission since I started politics. I've been on 11 years, and I've watched change of leadership, and the leadership that you brought forward has been absolutely amazing. I remember cutting the milk runs, and you're sitting on a stage in the East End, and Diane was there, and we remember people were pretty lit. So there's always ups and downs and challenges, the Presto card, the tragic situations in Barrhaven and Westboro. I think were certainly very, very dark days for all of us. And again, we're at a bit of a low right now, not to understate it. It's a big low, but I want to thank you. You've put up with us all for a many number of years, and certainly have big shoes to fill. I look forward to what's coming in your next adventures, but I just want to personally thank you. You've always responded to anything I've ever sent to you, and that's it for me, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. So next up, Councillor McKenna, you're next up, but I wonder if you would like Councillor Dudas to go first, and then you can wrap up and speak to your motion and everything if you wish. Is that amenable?
Sure. Yeah, no, that works. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, then Councillor Dudas, go ahead, please.
Perfect. Thank you. It was just a point of clarification for Mr. Manconi on what he had mentioned before. Mr. Manconi, you had mentioned that your recommendation to fix this system is to call out Alstrom again and to get them to prioritize our system, which they have not been doing. To my recollection, though, the mayor has done this, the chair has done this in the past. Now, don't get me wrong, it was about the issue of the day at the moment, and that was addressed. But now we've had a series of systemic issues with the system. So my question is, what makes this next meeting different? And is there any contractual requirement that the city, that OC Transpo can be relying on to actually action that, to get them to send that, as you quoted, army out here to deal with these issues?
Yes, and some councillors and commissioners have spoken about accountability. I mean, the accountability is that they're not getting paid. They're losing a lot of money. They are feeling the pain. They're in default. They're in multiple defaults now. They're going to get more correspondence in the coming days that is going to give them more wake-up calls. And I'm not asking you to do a shout out to Alstom or anything. I'm telling you that my advice to you is to tell Nicholas and Mario that your strong message today is exactly everything everybody's been saying, what your expectations are, and that they need to get Alstom here on the ground to throw a dream team at it to get it resolved. It's all fixable. There's again, I'll tell you, I was on the phone all day yesterday in team meetings with experts. Everything that we've experienced, that we've seen, has happened elsewhere. It's the frequency and the back-to-back that's concerning. And many of you have spoken about projecting forward. We don't want a tragedy to occur. We've been very fortunate, no injuries. It's all fixable. And Nicholas knows. Nicholas is in charge of the commercial contract. He hasn't been paid. He's not getting paid. And the accountability rests with that. And then there's a whole legal strategy that you'll hear in camera as to how we're moving forward. And so the advice is to tell Nicholas and Mario today, get Alstom to step up and deliver.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I didn't want to leave that at we have to ask them to hear us. But I think once again, like if there's any conversations, and maybe this comes out in the legal in camera, but I'm happy to write a public Yelp review to advise other jurisdictions not to go forward with Alstrom if they don't like it. Once again, this is about customer service from them to us as well. So whatever we can do to put their feet to the fire, because this isn't sustainable. And this is only, I very much appreciate your recommendation, John, and everything you've done on this, like the whole team. But this is on all of us, right? And this has to be fixed because this isn't sustainable. So I appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor McKenney, please.
Thank you, Chair. So I just want to pick up on that last point, because thinking about it, you know, here's the thing: Alstom don't have to send an army, and they're not going to, quite frankly, because they would have a year ago, 18 months ago. So they're not. Alstom is part of Rideau Transit Group, which is part of SNC-Lavalin led consortium. So they're all the same big ball. And quite frankly, they're just allowing this to happen. And we might have staff looking over their shoulder, begging them to do the right thing, asking for things, but they don't have to tell us. They're not telling us. And quite frankly, I have heard nothing today, nothing. I don't want another letter going to Alstom and RTG, and I don't want another memo coming back to us as per Chair Hubley's direction. This city is finished with letters and memos and updates. This is not going to change. We need to understand that. And if we don't do something quite radical, we are going to continue to come back here time and time again. I'm going to tell you a quick story, and then I'm going to ask why this happened, because I'm going to tell you, I think you knew it could. My daughter was coming home on the train on Friday, and she says to me when she gets home, funny thing happened on the train, because for a 14-year-old, she found this funny. A woman was about to get on the train, but the doors were closing. She was holding a jean jacket, and the train doors closed on the jean jacket. PA system came on, said, clear the doors. Nothing happened, and the train left, and it dragged. Kids thought it was funny that there was a jean jacket flapping in the wind. This is from Herdman coming back this way, coming west. So I'm not, like, I guess I could ask, like, have you, RTG, RTM, had any issues with any trains and the detection system that would allow something like this to happen? Does this cause any alarm for you that this could have been somebody's scarf and they would have been dragged by that train? Because this just happened on Friday. And I'm going to guess you knew it could happen. Like, I don't think that this is out of the realm of possibility, because you have been inspecting trains, inspecting wheels, inspecting tracks. Everything continues to be inspected. And we keep sending out vehicles that are not safe. They are unsafe. They are leaving the tracks. The door detection system is not working. It's a terrifying thought that could have been somebody dragged by that train. So I'm going to ask you just point blank, any idea, if I went back and looked at all of your paperwork, could you tell me that you had absolutely no notion that there was no train that had an issue with its detection system on the doors?
Councillor, I don't know what you'd like to hear today. Those are a lot of.
I'm asking RTM, RTG.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm guessing they're the ones doing.
Councillor, I will comment, because there's a lot of comments here about credibility. For OC Transpo staff, and I'll let RTM speak, there is nobody on my team that knowingly puts out any service. That double decker that Mr. Greer pulled the other day, that was in consultation with me within minutes, and he was on holidays, by the way. So I'm defending my team and the organization, because on safety, nobody at OC Transpo would ever do what you've suggested, put vehicles.
Okay, well, you weren't listening to the beginning of my question. I said quite specifically that, you know what, our staff have got nothing to do with this. I don't even think that you're allowed in the room half the time. I want to know from RTM, have you ever had an issue? Do you have any concerns about any one of our trains having a door detection fault in it? And can you please comment on your thoughts on a jean jacket getting caught in the door of a train and being dragged to the next stop?
I can't comment on a specific incident. I haven't been made aware of it, but I can certainly look at it. As far as safety is paramount for all of us.
I'm talking about door detection systems. Have you ever had, as you are inspecting these trains today, has there been any train where that has been brought to the attention of whomever, the inspectors at RTM, that there is an issue with any door detection on any one of our trains?
1 minute.
That compromises the safety? Not that I know of, but we have cameras on board the vehicles.
No, that's not what I asked, not to compromise the safety. I want to know, have any of your inspectors brought to the attention of anyone an issue with door detection on any one of our trains?
We've had a lot of issues with doors. I wouldn't want to speculate. We have processes in place. We have additional people on the platforms to make sure the doors are clear before the vehicle moves. So we've taken several steps to ensure the system is safe. We would never normally put a vehicle in service that's not safe.
Chair, I'll quickly wrap up and speak to my motion if you don't mind.
Chair, I'm sorry, I have to say one thing. That is a very serious incident. Door drags are right up there. Councillor, I would encourage you to please send us to Troy Charter the date and the time and the location. We have cameras everywhere. If that occurred, we immediately will want to look at that. So I would ask that that be reported immediately to us, please. Thank you.
It will be coming as soon as the meeting is over. Thank you. I appreciate that. So just to wrap up, Chair, I know I don't have a lot of time, but this motion goes far beyond your direction. Your direction is just for our regulatory officer to appoint one expert to come back with a safety plan. This is about a task force that is made up of expertise, of independent rail experts that will give us a full assessment of our entire system delivered to date. We need to know what has gone wrong. Why did we get a system that is not functional and that is not getting better, but is getting worse over time? It is breaking down more and more frequently. It had a few good months, I'll give you that, but only when nobody was riding it. And the second thing it asked for is another independent panel, again, comprised of leading rail experts that will advise us on a way forward, that will make so that we can understand what do we need to do so that we can get safe and reliable service on and long term. We've paid out billions of dollars, $2.1 billion for this system. We need to get that independent analysis from a panel of experts. Without that, I think somebody listed off, we have Transportation Safety Board, we've got our rail officer, our compliance officer, CSO, we've got McDonald Report, our own Auditor General, RTM who's here, but nothing. We are no further ahead than we were a year and a half, almost 2 years ago, when we were asking for real action to be taken. So I really would encourage members of this commission to accept my motion. If nothing else, it ensures that we are going to get expertise and not an independent expertise, and not just one expert coming back to us from someone who we've appointed. It's got to be comprehensive. And we have to understand how we got here on this system. So I would ask for your support. I don't believe, Chair, I would accept your direction as well, but I don't believe that it in any way is a replacement for this motion. It's asking for much more than just a memo back again from one expert. I think
Thank you.
Time is up.
Sorry, you're done?
Sorry, I think my time is up.
Okay, thank you. And I take your point that you're right. My motion suggests that it says, well, I'm going to read the motion in now. Be it resolved that the city manager consult with the regulatory monitor and compliance officer, Sam Barata, to identify and retain an independent expert to confirm the safety of the plan for return to service. I'm going to ask the clerk to add an S on the end of that in brackets, that if Sam Barata and the city manager hear your point, that maybe it needs to be more than just one person. I think we should make sure that this motion has that leeway in there for them. So if everybody agrees, we'll put the yes in there. And then finally, be it therefore resolved that the city manager report back to Council and Transit Commission by memo as soon as the individual has been retained with their work plan and timelines for the completion of the additional independent safety review. So to clarify that, Councilor McKinney, I'm asking for a memo to let us know as soon as they hire someone, because we're not going to, I hope nobody wants to just put together a meeting just to discuss who was hired, but I fully expect that this will become an agenda item on future meetings, that we will be getting briefings on how the review is going, or maybe they're going to wait till the end and come back to us when it's all wrapped up. But that will certainly require in-person meetings for sure. And so I hope I'm capturing a lot of what you want to do in there as well. Just I'm asking for this to be done right away. I want to give the narrow scope of the review to the last little while so that we can get it done very quickly. If the results of that come back and suggest that we need to go back 20 years, well, then so be it. But so this is the motion that I'm asking the commission support for. Be it resolved that the city managers consult with the regulatory monitor and compliance officer, Sam Barata, to identify and retain an independent expert or experts to confirm the safety of the plan for return to service. Be it further resolved that the city manager report back to City Council and Transit Commission by memo as soon as this individual has been retained with their work plan and the timelines for the completion of the additional independent safety review. So can we call a vote on that? Is it carried, or do we want to do yays and nays?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, can I just ask a quick question, just so I understand just so I vote correctly. Your motion really has no impact whatsoever on Councillor McKinney's motion, correct? They are two separate issues. Yours is specific to the return to service plan, whereas Councillor McKinney's is specific to the entire system and the contracting process. Would that be a fair assessment?
How about we get the clerk to weigh in and give us some advice on that, okay?
That would be helpful. Thank you.
Can the city clerk comment on that, please?
I can, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. When I've looked at these two motions and we go back to our fundamental principles with regards to the procedural bylaw, Councillor McKinney's motion was first in and will be last voted upon. Yours, Mr. Chair, was last in and will be first voted upon. When you look at the language, and now that you've made a minor amendment to yours includes the retention of independent experts with regards to rail advice, looking at the safety issues regards to the plan and return to service, whereas the councillors is about hiring or establishing two task forces, which are also made up of rail experts. So there's a lot of overlap with regards to those issues. I suggest, Mr. Mayor, or Mr. Chair, if you vote on yours first, there is virtually nothing left of Councillor, and I know she has disagreed with me, with Councillor McKinney's motion. So if you vote and carry your motion first, I don't think there's anything left to vote on the McKinney motion. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Okay, so we're back to a vote. Is this motion
Sorry, Chair. If I just may, then I have to appeal to commissioners. I hope you realize when you're voting on this, that mine goes much further. So if you support Chair Hubley's, what you're saying is you're okay with a little plan to come back and say, you know, we're here now, here's your safe return. Mine is asking very specifically to provide us a full assessment of the entire system delivered to date. And also, not just in terms of safety, but reliability, long-term reliability on the Confederation line. So I have to accept the clerk's assessment, but I think that I have to make the point that if you as a commission agree to Chair Hubley's, what you're saying is you're okay with an expert or experts coming back and talking about the safety plan, how we're going to fire up the train system again. It is a much watered down version of what I'm asking for and what the public deserve to ensure a safe and reliable system, and to tell us why we didn't get what we paid for. Just going to make that point.
Thank you, Councillor McKenney. I appreciate, I gave you a lot of time in wrap up, but I did want you to speak to the clerk's piece too. So again, the vote's been called, so let's go through this. Is this motion received?
Just on the clerk's point, Chair, can I make a point on the clerk's intervention there?
Okay, will it be brief, Councilor Menard?
It will, and just very quickly, the issue of going back to 2012 and going through this system is extremely important, which the McKenney motion speaks to. This other motion does not. There is a big difference there about what we're going to be doing with stage 3, how stage 2 unrolls, the procurement processes we've seen right from the get-go to where we find ourselves now. So there is a difference here. I think it's important that commission members recognize that. The other thing with Councillor McKenney's motion is there's involvement, as I understand it, with council members, people that can be part of these discussions. So I hope that people want to be part of these discussions. If you want to show leadership about moving ahead as a city and restoring trust, it's going to be more than just the chair's motion on the table. You need to go further than that. So I hope that that's clear, that there's big differences here and that there should be a wider breadth cast, which is what Councillor McKenney's motion does.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Gower.
Thank you, Chair. The Mott McDonald report that has come up a number of times today, can staff give us a brief explanation of what the scope of that report is?
Yes, Michael.
Yes, the Mott report is, Mott's been retained by external legal counsel to do a review of the circumstances that led to the default and to provide guidance on next steps. Again, that's being led by our external legal counsel, so it is that work currently is protected by privilege, and we'll be sharing any information we can with council at the next in-camera session.
Michael, I think the councillor is asking scope. Could you outline the scope? We're looking at track, we're looking at catenary, we're looking at doors, and so forth. Please list them.
Everything that could have or might have led to the default, and an overall look at the maintenance practices, and an overall look at the sustainability of the system going forward.
Okay, so I think there's a bit of overlap between the two motions. I think they are distinct in what they're asking for. There's a bit of overlap. The thing is, this task force idea from Councillor McKenney, we're already achieving that through that Mott McDonald report. Mr. Morgan, how long has that report taken to put together? When are we expecting to get the results from that?
It's ongoing. You know, we've been working on it for the better part of a year now. We have some preliminary results that could be shared. And there's more, some additional work that we've asked them to do, including an independent wheel rail interface study. So that will take additional time.
Okay, I appreciate also that it's going to be presented to council in camera at some point, which I hope we can find a way to release information, as much information as possible. I guess what I'm saying is we could add another task force to the whole, you know, I made a list, I said it earlier, there's about 8 or 9 different bodies now who are investigating LRT, operations, procurement, construction and everything. Adding another task force, I'm not sure how that doesn't do anything but duplicate what we've already given a green light to as a council. And on top of that, to start a task force when we haven't even identified root causes or issues, also seems like, well, at some point we may need to do that, but to start giving direction or giving scope to task force when we haven't even had that first report back on why the issues occurred, it just seems to be duplicating at best and perhaps premature. We do need to do lessons learned. We do need to understand what happened and how we do better. We do need to improve the reliability and the operations of transit. And I do appreciate what Councillor McKenney is aiming for on this. I think we've already got a very complete review that we've ordered as council through Mott MacDonald, through the legal counsel. We need to see that first and foremost before we move on with any other task force or review or investigation bodies. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Commissioner Caracalla? You're on mute there, Tony.
Oh, so sorry. I would like to hear staff's opinion of the two motions. And normally we have the luxury of hearing from them before we vote on a motion, and I would appreciate that, if possible.
So I think there's lots of duplication going on. Sorry, Steve, did you want to go?
No, I would like to jump in because we have to go back to the opening comments from John. There's a couple things. The getting back to service is obviously a priority, and we will be talking to Sam Barata regardless in terms of moving forward. So we obviously can support that motion. The issue of the second task force, the Mott MacDonald study basically is reviewing all of it that council's going to be able to see. So you have a good picture tracking back to the beginning in terms of what's transpired and how do we end up in a default notice. So that's a key piece of information that's been going on for almost a year with the carriage of legal counsel. But John had also said that, and we talked about it yesterday, that we want to bring back rail experts, several of them, to also guide us and help us as we move forward on top of that. So we're doing another layer of review that we're undertaking regardless. And on the first one, I think the Mott MacDonald assessment, the first task force, is going to give you a lot of that information, and you'll be in a better position to decide if you want to take any other steps once you see the legal context and the actual review and technical information that you get. So I think that first task force is I think premature. The second task force, we are bringing in people regardless, so we're fine with that in terms of what we're going to do. And the third item with respect to Mr. Barata, he's is an independent body. He's extremely, as those of you that have received his presentations, experienced and thorough, and I'm going to use his guidance to bring in somebody to give us our own independent review in terms of advice, in terms of getting back into service, regardless of what we hear back from RTM or anybody else.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Hey, Commissioner Wright-Gilbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this, can I just call it the MacDonald report? Because I think it's been called 4 different things. Just to be clear, that report will be, or a summary of the findings or whatnot, will be delivered to council in camera, correct? That's not going to be a public report?
Right.
Okay. So while it does cover, theoretically, a lot of the issues that that may come up as part of Councillor McKenney's motion, the main difference, and I'd like my colleagues to really sort of hone in on this, the main difference is that Councillor McKenney's motion makes it so that the report that would come to us as part of these task forces would be public, i.e. transparency. However, this MacDonald report that's going to council in camera is going to council in camera. And for those of you watching who don't normally watch Transit Commission out in YouTube world, that means nobody gets to hear it except for council, and they can't talk about it. And I think it's important to note that 4 members of this commission don't sit on council, and therefore we vote on commission, but we would not be getting this information. If we want the public to be invested in transit, to use transit, to feel confident in our transit system, we need transparency. This MacDonald report, which I'm sure is fabulous, I'm never going to see it. The public's never going to see it. They may see some sort of summary version of it. but we're never going to see it, members of the public. That's not transparency. And what Councillor McKenney is proposing is a transparent process. The other point I'd like to make, just to address Councillor Gower's comments about, well, it might be a bit premature, we should wait for root cause before we establish a task force. I'd like to make the point that we have been looking for, RTM's been looking for a root cause for the odor in Parliament for 2 years, and they still don't know. So if we wait for a root cause for a task force to be formed, we're going to be waiting years. Now is the time to find out where the mistakes were made and where we can learn from them, because we have phase 2 and potentially phase 3. Phase 2 is going on right now. Now is the time. We need to show the public that we can be transparent, that OC Transpo can be transparent, and we need to force RTM and all of its subcontractors to be transparent. And that is what Councillor McKenney's motion is doing. So I would urge my colleagues on this commission to support Councillor McKenney's motion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. So, Clerk, if you don't mind, could you call the vote, please?
I just add one thing. Would you accept a friendly amendment to include the 4 citizens commissioners to see that report, since we do vote, and I accept Sarah Wright Gilbert's interjection there? Would that be a friendly amendment?
Let me find out from the clerk or legal on that, Anthony. I think it's more around, well, I'll let them explain. Mr. Clerk or David White, if you're on there.
Mr. Chair, I'll go first with regards to the procedural matter. The issue of that report, while it was spoken, is not actually in front of the commission at this point in time. So if you'd like me to go back and look at whether or not that could be brought forward at some point, I'd be willing to do that.
Okay, Anthony?
Yeah, that works for me. Thanks.
Okay.
Chair, I have a point of order, please.
Okay.
Chair, can you just clarify, are you only allowing one motion to be voted on, or are you going to allow both motions?
I believe the clerk has already ruled that my motion would, if passes, would mean that we don't need to do, at least at this time, we don't need to do the second motion.
Chair, I'm going to challenge that then. If we can have a vote, if that's your ruling, I'm going to challenge you.
Okay. So you need 2/3 of the commission. Go ahead, Caitlin, please.
Just seeking to clarify, Mr. Chair, has a vote been called on the question of shall the chair be sustained?
Yes, that's
okay.
the point of my
do
challenge.
Point of order. Chair, did you make a decision? We received advice from the city clerk. You can accept that advice, or you don't have to accept that advice. So I'm just clarifying what your position is.
Yeah, no, I accept the advice from the clerk's office, and I'm accepting the advice from Caitlin right now to call a vote to see if that decision is sustained.
And your ruling, though, is we are going to deal with your motion first, and if it passes, then everything else is behind us. Because
Councillor McKenney's was the first in, Councillor Brockington, so the same rules apply to every committee and council. Last motion in is the first to be dealt with, so that's what I'm following here. That's not my ruling. It's the procedure we usually follow.
Thank you. Just seeking clarification.
Councillor McKenney has challenged the chair, so I'm calling for a vote on her challenge.
On the question of whether the chair shall be sustained, Commissioner Brockington?
No.
Commissioner Caricato?
Yes.
Commissioner Gower?
No.
Commissioner Kavanaugh?
No.
Commissioner McKenney?
No.
Commissioner Olson?
Yes.
Commissioner Suds? Commissioner Tierney?
Yes.
Commissioner Williams?
No.
Commissioner Wright Gilbert?
No.
Vice Chair Cloutier,
Yes.
Chair Hubley,
Yes.
5 yeas, 6 nays.
Okay, so we'll vote on both motions. Okay, starting with mine. Go ahead, Eric, if you want to call the vote.
On the Hubley motion, Commissioner Brockington,
Yes.
Commissioner Caricato,
Yes.
Commissioner Gower,
Yes.
Commissioner Kavanaugh,
No.
Commissioner McKenney,
No.
Commissioner Olson,
Yes.
Commissioner Suds, Commissioner Tierney.
Yes.
Apologies, Commissioner Tierney, could you please repeat your vote?
Yes, sorry.
Commissioner Williams,
No.
Commissioner Wright Gilbert,
No.
Vice Chair Cloutier,
Yes.
Chair Hubley,
Yes.
seven yeas, 4 nays.
Okay, and then on the McKenney motion.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Go ahead.
Procedurally, can we split the two be it resolved?
Are you open to that, Councillor McKenney?
Yes, of course I am. Thanks.
And the reason I ask is because I think we heard from Mr. Canalacos, staff was in support in general of the second be it resolved, given that there is already some rail experts, transit experts being hired to provide advice to staff and to council. And then the first be it resolved, I believe, is covered by the Mott McDonald. But if we could split the two, I guess you've got 3 there. So I'm thinking of number 1 and number 2, because I feel distinctly different on both suggestions in that motion.
Yeah.
Well, I'm fine with that, but I do want to reiterate to commission members that by saying no to the first, we really are not being open and transparent, and we really are not bringing in the expertise that I believe we need and the public believes we need today to give us that full assessment of the entire system from delivery in 2019. So I just want to make that point before we vote. The McDonald report does not cover what this does, but we can split it.
Okay. Okay, Eric, go ahead.
Chair, I could just confirm which, what is the vote before the commission at this time?
Councillor Gower asked to split into 2 votes, one on task force 1, one on task force 2. I'm assuming 3 would apply to both cases anyway. Is that correct, Councillor McKenney? So we don't need a separate vote on 3.
That's correct. Either one would be supported by city staff and funded from the transit reserve.
Okay,
Chair,
so
Chair, I have to interject again, because this is a problem I'm having with this motion. Task forces shall be supported by city staff and funded from the transit reserve. I wonder if the work that Mr. Canalacos was referring to is in fact being charged back to RTG. This is where, we've got a new motion. I don't know. I like more clarity, I guess, on before I'm ready to vote on this, because it's an important motion, it's an important idea. I want to make sure everyone on this commission understands the implication of supporting or not supporting this. So perhaps that number 3 in terms of the funding source could be an issue if the rail experts that Mr. Canalacos was referring to are going to be funded by another funding source.
Our plan, Mr. Chair, is to charge it back to RTG and not use a transit reserve. City staff will obviously be involved, but I just want to be clear for task force number 2, I felt it was redundant because we're hiring individual experts to work with us to do a look at the way forward. So I just want to put that on record because I think I might have left the impression that I thought that this was the second bullet was something that should be moved forward. Mr. Manconi stated at the front, we discussed it yesterday, we were moving forward on that anyways, and that we'd be seeking funding from RTG, but as you know, they might challenge that and not wish to pay, and then we'll have to deal with that through the dispute resolution process in the PA.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. I'm going to vote against the entire motion because, as I was trying to express and articulate earlier, I think it is a duplicate or redundant towards processes, reviews, assessments that we already have started as a city and as a council. So thank you, Chair, for allowing that clarification.
So do you still want it split, Councillor Gower, or no?
I don't need to see it split. No.
Okay. Okay, then let's vote on the motion in its entirety. Yeah, let's just go ahead and do the vote.
Commissioner Brockington,
Yes.
Commissioner Caricato,
No.
Commissioner Gower,
No.
Commissioner Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenney,
Yes.
Commissioner Olson,
No.
Commissioner Suds, Commissioner Tierney,
No.
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Wright Gilbert,
Yes.
Vice Chair Cloutier.
I believe that was a no from Vice Chair Cloutier, if that didn't come through, Eric.
Thank you.
That was a no.
Thank you. Chair Hubley,
No.
5 yeas, 6 nays.
Okay, thank you. Okay, everybody. Let's see here where we're at. That's concludes the update on the Confederation line and bus service. We don't have any in-camera items. Are there any notices of motion? Councillor Kavanaugh?
This is not a notice of motion. I didn't get a chance earlier to say goodbye to Mr. Manconi. This is not a great way to end it. I wondered if he did have any final words. It's his chance to say it now.
Okay, Councillor Kavanaugh, if we can go through the agenda, if you don't mind, the motions. I believe, Mr. Manconi, you're going to speak at council, is that correct?
I will speak wherever you'd like me to speak.
Okay, thank you. So back to the agenda, is there any notices of motion?
So, Mr. Chair, it's Sarah here. Just wanted to confirm that our earlier conversation that you thought that most people on commission would be supportive of RTG attending, see if we could have them attend the next meeting. So there's no motion needed unless someone wants to speak up and disagree, and that this will be done, correct? I just want to confirm that we're going to try to get them in the seat.
We're going to try, we're going to ask and see if we can make this work with them. If there's any problem with doing that, then we'll come back to the commission with whatever the results are. And we can decide at that time if, we want to do motions or something to the effect of doing it. So you don't need to do that today. Like for now, we'll try and get this resolved without it. Okay.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So next, is there any inquiries? Okay, no inquiries. Is there any other business? Is the meeting adjourned? Do we have a motion, Vice Chair, to adjourn?
Motion that the Transit Commission meeting of September 20th be adjourned.
Okay, and now the next regular meeting will
that
be
carried?
on Wednesday.
Carried.
We should vote.
Okay, sorry. Carried, Anthony, appreciate that. The next regular meeting is scheduled now for October 20th, 21. The media avail will begin at 3 o'clock. And thank you all for your participation today. It's very much appreciated.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair.